Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Schifrin, and I will call the meeting to order of the Select Board on October 21st, 2025 at 5:03 p.m. Roll call.
Veronica Kell present.
Larry Goodrich present.
Laura Schifrin present. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank all of our veterans, as well as our current military serving here and abroad, all of our first responders, and all of our elected and appointed officials, as well as their families that help us achieve things for our community. Our meeting is being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. Is there anyone else recording? Hearing none. Chairman's additions or deletions, I do not have any this evening. 1.5, review approve the meeting minutes of October 7th, 2025. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the meeting minutes for October 7th, 2025.
Veronica Kell second.
Okay, do you want to first?
Yep.
State your name.
Oh, Larry.
Okay, just we have to get used to this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I probably should say I, Larry Goodrich, move to approve the
Yes.
meeting minutes for October 7th, 2025. And that would be a first.
Okay. And
I've already seconded.
Veronica already seconded. Okay, any discussion?
No.
I have none either. Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Larry Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schifrin, yes. Going to go down to,
It's the trick or treat.
Well,
okay, I've got 5 minutes. So, seeing that we have 5 minutes,
It's out of 10, I think.
are you with me?
Yep.
Yes.
4.1, is there a motion?
I move to approve and assign out of session all 2026 renewals for entertainment licenses contingent upon receipt of required documentation and payment.
And that was I, Valerie
Goodrich.
Goodrich.
And Veronica Kell second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Larry Goodrich, yes.
Laura Schifrin, yes. 4.2, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve and sign out of session all 2026 renewals for class 1, 2, and 3 licenses contingent upon receipt of required documentation and payment.
Is there a second?
Veronica Kell second.
Is there discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Larry Goodrich, yes.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
I think we need a second motion on that for both 4.1 and 4.2 to approve and sign these out of session.
We did.
We did?
We
Yeah, in the
voted
begin-
one.
in the
Oh, at the beginning,
Yeah,
okay.
in the beginning.
Perfect.
And we just got 2.
Yeah,
And
yeah, okay.
now I'm on
I'm looking at what's
4.3,
written here.
and I'll entertain a motion.
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the Christmas tree license to sell Christmas trees at the Town Kelman by Lions Club 2025 for November 21st, 2025 to December 21st, 2025.
Veronica Kell second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schifrin, yes. Okay, I'm gonna skip 4.4, because that'll take too long. 4.5.
4.14 might be pretty quick.
Thank you. 4.14, is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to set the trick-or-treating time for towns in Massachusetts to October 31st, 2025 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Veronica Kell second.
Any discussion? No. Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schifrin, yes.
All right.
Do you think we can do 4.16 in 2 minutes? Is
Yep.
there a motion?
Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the contract for surveying work with Dillis and Roy funded by grant to be signed out of session.
Veronica Cal second.
Any discussion?
It seems pretty straightforward. Is there
Yeah,
anything
it's
we
grant
need
funding.
to know extra?
Excuse me?
It seemed pretty straightforward.
Yep, it's through a grant that the Conservation Commission has received, and they're just doing land surveying
Yep.
work at
I
this
think it's a good
parcel.
idea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
very good.
And I looked to make sure it was, they were putting pins in or
Yeah, the
drill
whole thing.
holes or whatever, and they are, so
Okay.
we're good.
Very good. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schifrin, yes. Thank you for those. Next, we're going down to, I've got 6:10, 5:10. Executive 6.1, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, namely RFS Corp. Versus Town of Townsend, Middlesex Superior Court Docket number 2581C, V as in Victor 02381, or an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the board, and the chair so declares. I, Laura Schifrin, move to enter into executive session at 5:10 PM pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, namely RFS Corp. Versus Town of Townsend, Middlesex Superior Court, docket number 2581C, V as in Victor 02381, where an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the board, and the chair so declares. My lordship and declare. I know I've done this now 3 times for the same thing. Is there a second?
6 o'clock. Yep, thank you.
Carl Walter H.
Veronica Cal second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schifrin, yes. Thank you very much.
TCAM, we will be coming back into open session after the executive session concludes. I'm anticipating that to be about 6 o'clock. So you can pause recording for now.
Hi, everyone. We're back in our general session. And because, is Adam back on?
Yeah.
Jane?
Jane, they're both there.
Jane, yep, they're both here.
We do have council on, so our next item will be 8 or 9?
4.9.
4.9. 4.9, restructuring of departments.
So Adam and Jane, the select board and myself have been thinking about next year budget. And, there might be potentially cost savings to, restructuring certain departments here in town. And certainly a public works department has been considered multiple times over the years here in Townsend. So the select board is looking to sort of resurrect that conversation, and just wanted to have a discussion about it because a lot of these departments are kind of under, a elected board or commission. And then we have a town meeting that an article needs to be put forth. So we just wanted to discuss what that process might look like and whether there's some challenges ahead to accomplish any of those things.
So I can address very generally the requirements of the charter. So the charter, like most municipal charters, does address the restructuring or potential restructuring of town government, of administrative functions in particular. So I just pulled it up at section 5-1, lowercase letter a, number 2, 5-1A2. It's under a section entitled Administration of Government. And it says that the town administrator, after consultation with the select board, can from time to time prepare and submit to town meeting plans for organization or reorganization that would establish operating divisions for the conduct of business of the town. And it goes on to prescribe the process. If the town administrator prepares such a plan, the select board is required to hold at least one public hearing on the proposal with notice in a newspaper of general circulation, specifies when that notice has to occur. And then it says that following the public hearing, the proposal, which is subject to amendment after the public hearing in response to any feedback that might be received at the public hearing, gets submitted, as I had said earlier, to town meeting in the form of an appropriate warrant article for a town meeting vote, and requires a simple majority town meeting vote. So in terms of process and procedure, that's all prescribed by the charter. What you've got to be mindful of is not doing anything under the guise of organization or reorganization that would alter the authority, purview, discretion of boards, commissions, committees, town officials, or departments that is otherwise specified in the town charter without a charter amendment. So if the charter specifies that a particular public body is charged with doing X, Y, and Z, while you can reorganize or restructure town government in terms of lines of communication or consolidation for ease of administration of day-to-day functions, you can't alter or amend the charge of the charter as it relates to that particular public body without otherwise amending the charter. You could do it in conjunction with a town meeting vote on a reorganization plan. You could also propose a charter amendment, but as you know, that charter amendment is required to follow the usual amendment process, and yours is a special act charter, so that process requires submittal to the state legislature for votes of both the House and the Senate, and ultimately endorsement by the governor. And while simpler charter amendments that are not full wholesale revisions to the charter are typically approved more quickly, that's no guarantee that quickly is actually quick. We waited over 3 years on the approval of the last charter amendment, which again was a wholesale amendment, and so I wouldn't anticipate waiting quite that long. But it's not unusual to wait 6 months, 9 months, a year, or more, even on fairly routine charter amendments when legislative action is required.
Okay, so it sounds like we have to be pretty mindful of the current various boards and committees and how the charter delineates sort of their responsibilities and roles, and we have to make sure we don't make any changes that would conflict with what's currently in the charter.
That's right. I mean, remember that the charter establishes a framework, but it doesn't dictate the authority of every public body in Townsend. In fact, there's a limited number of, it addresses elected officials and in some instances elected public bodies in Article 3 by separate sections. So Section 3-2 is a select board, Section 3-3 is the moderator. And it goes on to address the town clerk, the assessors, the board of health, the planning board, the water commissioners, the library trustees, cemetery and parks commission, recreation commission, the housing authority, and then a handful of other committees. But beyond that, other elected officials may be governed by statute, but are not necessarily directly addressed in the charter. And then similarly with appointed officials, while there is a different section of the charter that gives, in most instances, the select board the authority to appoint individuals to certain positions, multiple member bodies, as well as other appointments. It doesn't get into great detail regarding the authority of those individuals or the authority of those multiple member bodies, other than referring to Mass General laws. So it may be that it's not as complicated a task to affect a reorganization plan without running afoul of the charter provisions. It just depends upon what you're attempting to reorganize and whether those officials, departments, bodies are referenced in and given a specific charge within the charter.
Okay,
Okay, did the select board have any questions?
Well, I guess then with regards to that, if we can just take the example of, say, Department of Public Works, right? Where right now we have parks and cemeteries, highway, facilities, whatever else we decided, and we wanted to put them under one organizational structure, right? In those circumstances, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Parks and Rec Commission still has those people with them. It's just the organizational structure itself. Correct. So in that case, and Jane, you might be able to answer this better, even what processes do we need to make sure we follow for the sake of the unions and labor, et cetera? I guess is the question I have.
and budgets? How would that be done?
Well, yeah, is there any steps we have to make sure that we follow during that process? Because obviously it would have to be presented to the town, that reorganization at a town meeting.
Right, so I guess part of that question is, would the budget be structured assuming that it was combined, or
I mean, I would think that we would have to, the goal would be to get it approved before at a special town meeting, correct?
Is it just any town meeting that we would put forth this warrant article, Adam?
Yes.
Okay.
So just a hypothetical, Jane, assuming that you got some reorganization approved in January, right? To just put some groups together. That then could go into budget season, correct?
right? So I guess if you're looking to combine positions into one department to make it more efficient and to maybe have personnel fill in other roles when necessary. I think that we'd have to look at what tasks each position might be performing under this new department, and we may need to negotiate over changes in job descriptions and what the wage rates are based on, because they might be taking on new responsibilities. So I think it would depend on how it's configured. But we can certainly work with Nelson over the coming weeks and look at some of these details and maybe come back to the board with some ideas for a plan.
And we could negotiate that if it had been approved by the town prior to the budget being completed, correct?
Right, if a consolidation is approved, then we'd need to negotiate over any potential job description changes that would be necessary.
Well, we know we're gonna have to do something, because 27 is gonna be worse than 26, and we won't be able to afford some of the positions that we have now. So this is the way to do it.
So make sure we do all the right processes.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? No? Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Adam. We appreciate it.
Okay,
welcome.
have a
Good to
good
see you all.
night. Thank you.
Okay, so going back to 4.4, can we do the legal counsel policy?
Sure.
So, do we ever find that there was, okay, so there's the 18, and then there was 19.
I have policy 1, 2019 replaces policy 4, 2018.
Yeah,
Yes,
and I'm thinking we need to look at things and go back.
and there was another one, but
Yes, I have
not
2
signed.
here.
Did you ever find the signed
I
one?
never did, no,
Okay,
no, so it might not ever have been.
So we just have the 2019 one that's
We have a
signed.
2019 one. I think we need to edit it and go back to the 2000, something more like the 2018 one. Only because we no longer, paragraph 1 isn't true anymore. And,
in the 19?
correct.
Yeah, it says, an effort to provide broader legal access to services, da, 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 da. The acceptance of labor and litigation are covered under a monthly retainer. Covers
Okay.
telephone and email communication with council, monthly office hours, and occasional attendance at
Right,
board
so that's
meetings.
not,
Yeah, I think that the 2018 one
okay,
is, that we should look at that, make updates to it, and discuss it at our next meeting. And if we each do that and put each of ours in SharePoint and share it at our next meeting.
okay, I thought that's what we did, but. all right.
We did, except that the changes to it don't take into account the change to payment structure
Oh,
that we just voted at the last meeting.
Can we make sure we're all working off the same
Yeah,
root
can we-
document?
so this one here, that was the for 2018? For 2018, the one that was signed by,
Policy number 4, 2018 replaced policy 1705. Is that the one you're talking to? It says right on top.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we need to go back and consider that and update it's the 2019 one. Update 2019, bringing that back. In other words, I think that for use of legal counsel, a board has to vote to allow it, fill out a form, get the approval from
Okay.
Nelson. Because we won't have enough funds in the legal counsel bucket
right,
if we do things otherwise, because everything is charged at this point. So there has to be a vote from the board or committee. And for access, it can't just be a CC on an email
Mhm.
anymore. That can't work. Or if someone does CC Adam, he shouldn't act on it until an approval form comes in with a vote. And we need to look at the approval form because the date of that vote needs to be on there. And so it becomes, it goes back to the way it was a long time ago.
okay, could we have, okay, well, I'm
So
agreeing with, can we do this for our next meeting?
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
think we should do. And look at it and think about how it's gonna work with the new fee structure. Because
Can
we
we
don't
give
have
our
our office hours
recommendations?
anymore.
And have Sabrina type up our recommendations within it and then discuss that?
We could do that.
Because one of the things I think that's gonna happen is it'll be virtual only. No travel time unless it's an emergency or,
Oh, yeah,
You know,
so
meeting-
that
town
needs to
meetings.
be in here, and that was added to, one
There's a
of
note
them.
on one of them.
Yeah, so yeah, things like that need to, be done. But any reference to office hours or anybody can go in and talk to legal counsel, that doesn't
That's
work
fine.
anymore. So.
okay. All right, so that's to be on our November 5th meeting.
So are we, giving our changes to Sabrina,
Yeah.
each of us?
I
Okay.
think. Is that okay with you?
Yep, that's fine.
All right. 4.5, financial team creation and report on budget process. Nelson?
Let me see here. So,
Have a big,
so I met with, members of the finance committee recently to see if there was any changes that they wanted to make. Well, they requested a meeting to see if what changes can be made with the upcoming budget cycle. And one of the things we were kind of focused on was some of the budget sheets that the departments were using. You know, everyone is using the same sheet, but, you know, I guess there's probably could be some room for improvement. So I think the finance committee, we're going to meet separately and come up with some suggestions of how to improve or tweak that budget sheet. And and then we would afterwards meet, discuss what those changes would look like, and then if everything looks good, I will incorporate that into the upcoming budget process. So everyone is consistently working off of the same, you know, documents, and then when they submit it back to me and the select board, you know, they would all be again consistent as well.
Comments from the board?
I think it's not just working off the same forms, because they were working off the same forms. It's using the lines in whatever form is chosen consistently
Even
across
some of the notes, I
departments.
think the notes was a big part of things, and how some departments describe things and some don't.
Correct, yeah. and
Right,
that
I
was-
mean,
that was
it's
one
the
of the
use of
comments.
those forms.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Consistent
it's
use.
Yeah.
consistent use.
Yeah.
And I think that having an example and going over it in a department head meeting might be, you know, soon. I mean, as soon, I'm hoping that this is all gonna be resolved in November.
I think so,
that
yeah.
when you go forward with the budget message and these forms, whatever form they're in, there's an example that is presented to the department heads, so they are using it consistently.
Right.
Because that was, to me, the problem.
Yep, and I will certainly, once I receive them, I will do a tighter quality control. If something doesn't look sort of to the standards that we're expecting, I will certainly push back to the department heads that, you know, it needs to be revised or just cleaned up a little bit so that, you know, it's in a cleaner, more presentable fashion that anyone can sort of pick it up and, you know, understand it very clearly. And there are a couple examples that are very good, that it's very clear and concise, and, you know, I can certainly provide those examples to the department heads that, you know, this is sort of the model budget submittal that all department heads should, you know, strive to, you know, get
So we'll
to.
have that example for November 5th?
Yeah, yep, I have a couple of really great examples that, that I can certainly provide.
Okay, we can review them.
Yep.
And the financial team creation?
So I think we had mentioned, the town accountant, the treasurer collector, and the assessors. You know, I've separately have had different conversations with them about what the upcoming year is going to look like. I've been gathering information, so now it's just a matter of getting everyone together, hearing what they have to say, and seeing if there's any additional ideas or concerns to bounce off of each other. You know, everyone brings a little bit of a different piece to the budget process. You know, Vicky, you know, the assessor side, you know, there's, excuse me, there's the new growth expectations, there's the overlay as well. From Melissa, there's the, you know, what the debt schedule is going to look like, the information from the Middlesex County, the retirement board, and for the town accountant, it's, you know, what we expect the local receipts to come in at for next year. So everyone brings a little piece of, you know, the budget process, but nonetheless, it's all very crucial pieces that, you know, the more feedback and information we get, I think we can, you know, come up with a, you know, a pretty solid budget with their input.
So are you thinking that they're going to give a report, say, in December for the budget process of what to expect for
I think once I get everyone in sort of in the same room and everyone presents their information, I can distill all that in a memo of some sort to the select board, just sort of highlighting what they're expecting from their perspective, points of view, in terms of how the budget's gonna look like for next year.
Questions from the board?
So I would like to see the projections, and I would like to have, okay, my understanding is in November, the school districts are to present their anticipated budgets to us. There's a budget summit at the
Um,
end of
until-
November.
That's not,
I'm not sure if
I can tell you.
November, if they are in a place to
we
provide
have
something
a,
like that.
we have a meeting on it.
Um,
No, it's not until,
I believe you're right that there is something in the budget process that alludes to that, but
States it.
I'm not sure realistically if November,
I don't think I think they're holding their budget summit later.
they definitely are.
Because we had those 4 meetings, right, Nelson? There's one in November, we had one in October, there's
There's one next week.
September, October, no, it's next week. Then there's another one in December and in January, so.
I can find out from the superintendent's office, when, anyone is realistically able to present any sort of, projections, for a budget on the school side, but I feel like November is probably unrealistic, it's so early in the school year that.
But at least you'll have an idea from our side how everything else is.
Yeah, correct. But I can ask the school if November, they'll have any preliminary budget numbers.
Okay, so the finance, all right. Town of Townsend's budget process begins in early to mid-fall when the town's financial staff updates the town's 5-year financial forecast. At the same time, the town administrator and designated staff collect and analyze other data that may impact the town. This is presented to the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the School Committee at a financial summit in early November. And I know the first couple of years that I was a selectman, we did have that. And so the finance team, which is what you're talking about, the assessor, the accountant, the treasurer, presented that to us at a meeting. I would like to know when that's going to happen in November. And then you take that information, and the school committee should be there as well. Our school, representatives for Townsend, at least, to take that back to the school committee. So we know what we're able to do for the next fiscal year financially.
Right, well, certainly, the tri-town letter, to, the superintendent's office kind of spelled out, what we can all afford financially, the 3 towns. Anything above and beyond that, I think the letter spelled out, it's either a combination of cuts or overrides to come over balanced budget. So, we can certainly, present the information, in a different format to the school committee. But I certainly think, the letter that we sent to Brad Morgan's office clearly, stated what we can afford financially.
I think that our school committee members need to be with us in the process. They need to understand where we're coming from as much as we need to understand where they're coming from. And I think that's been missing the past couple of years. And I would really like our school committee members to be there when the financial team presents to us and the FinCom the financial forecast for the next fiscal year.
I think we could be ready for the second select board meeting in November. I think
That's okay.
November 5th is quickly
That's,
approaching.
yeah, the second November is fine.
So
Doesn't have to be the first one.
So I think that we're scheduled to meet on the 19th.
19th.
Yep, so that's certainly the date.
Any reason we did it one, never mind.
Not going to the
Oh, okay.
I'm traveling that night. And we did discuss that when we set it up.
Oh, Callie had a question.
Callie? Sure.
So the projection, so it's preliminary at this point, but
Keep it down, please. I can't hear you.
so if he's to have those projections by second meeting in November, does this mean, and I don't know what the deadline was already set for the department heads to present their budget.
No,
No,
that's
not till
that's a different.
January.
This is just projections of where the town will be at.
Gotcha.
What
As
we
a-
can
as a-
afford.
Yeah, gotcha, okay.
Can I ask a question for clarification?
Sure.
Your next meeting's on a Thursday?
Wednesday.
It's
Next
the-
two
it's the
meetings
5th
are on
and the
Wednesdays.
19th. They're on
Oh,
Wednesdays
they're on
in
Wednesday. Okay, I
November.
just wanted, okay,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, anything else on 4.5? Or are we good for now? This is going to be discussed on the 19th of November.
So on the 19th, after that, we can provide any input for the budget message, which Nelson will present to the department heads by the end of December.
So typically that memo that's sent out to the
Early
department,
December.
it's very late November, early December.
Okay,
Okay, so
so early
that falls
December.
into play.
So we can vote on the budget message, our first meeting in December,
Which is December 2nd.
second,
So I
yeah,
could,
and then get it out to
Yep.
the departments.
correct,
And
I
then they come back with their budgets by the beginning of January.
correct.
And I guess somewhere wrapped up in that whole thing, just to add confusion, is if we're trying to,
Well, I think that, this is my opinion, that they can still go,
yeah, so
because everything's gonna be, the things are gonna come together. So they
Yeah.
do their budgets, we'll have a town meeting.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we have a board by, together during this same process that we can present at a town meeting, which we anticipate to be January, correct?
That would be my goal, yes.
January town meeting. And so I think that going through the process of developing the,
yeah.
and then
there's
if it were to
simultaneous
vote, if they could, it would.
Worked out together at that point.
Mhm, yeah. That's what-
Okay. So I'm being mindful because we have a 7 o'clock public hearing.
So I just have one more question.
Mhm.
Will the forms be ready for the budget process?
We should be.
That would
What's
be
the-
my goal, because it wouldn't make any, because,
With the letter that
with the
goes out.
letter that goes out, I
Those
attach
forms.
I attached
will be
the
in-
forms,
okay.
so in theory, it would need to be ready by then. And, it certainly, there should be enough time to make any tweaks to the forms, once we can all agree on what that might be.
And I'm sure the consistency of the use
That
would
provides
be
time. Yeah,
helpful to all.
okay.
Right. 4.7 select board goals, fiscal 26, including budgeting software. Nelson?
Let's see, so I have updated the goals, for myself for this upcoming year.
That wasn't in SharePoint, was it?
Is it the Word or the PDF
The Word.
or document?
I do not see today.
It's been in there since the weekend, but maybe you guys can,
I have it here.
take a look at it.
I think I printed the PDF, which was mine. It wasn't. Get to the share.
And just so you know, we kind of skipped over 4.6, but we should go back to it later. It is a much,
I thought that might be a little longer than this
yeah,
one.
correct, yep. So I think we should do it after the public
Yeah.
hearing is over.
Where are we on the budgeting software?
I've gotten a presentation from the ClearGov, the budgeting software.
Is that the only one that you got? That you were able to get?
That was really the only one I considered looking at. ClearGov is the municipal leader in budgeting software. I know Pepperell uses it, multiple communities end up using it. I did receive a quote, depending on when we want it to be implemented. Certainly the issue is cost and timing. We certainly don't have any free cash at the moment to contemplate.
What was the cost?
Like 30. It's 30, right? 30.
Let me just double check.
I thought they did a, like a 3-month setup kind of thing, and then after that it was monthly. Something like that to get you going. I don't know.
Yeah, there is a setup fee because they kind of need to populate all the modules with town's information. Let me just. So yeah, there was a one-time fee about $3,200, and then there is a subscription, a half-year subscription. Now this is assuming January 1st start date. A 6-month fee of $7,900, and then starting on July 1st would be our first annual subscription, which is just under $16,000. So it's not an insignificant it's a not an insignificant amount of money, but I think it would have a lot of benefit because the software is pretty robust. It's online based, so anyone can sort of look at the town budget and the detail that goes behind it.
I think that was part of it, everybody looking at the same thing,
Yep.
not different programs and different ways to interpret.
Yep.
Right.
And there's it's pretty robust because you can make certain assumptions, whether it's about personnel cost or expenses, and then it will project it out for you. Not that we couldn't do that in-house with something like as simple as an Excel spreadsheet, but again,
That hasn't been working very well.
it has its downfalls, but ClearGov, it's a pretty easy to use interface. You can include also capital budgeting as well, which kind of feeds into the operating budget when you consider the debt service payments. So I see the benefit in it, but again, it's not it's not exactly inexpensive, and it would be an ongoing expense year after year. But
I think it would be well worth it. Do we need a motion to go forward with ClearGov?
Well, we fund it though.
yeah, well, that's the problem, and we won't be able to do that until
Till we know free cash.
And then at a some sort of town meeting. What I can probably have ClearGov do is maybe do a quick presentation for the board. Sometime in
I
November,
think we
December.
should include FinCom with that. If they could do November when we do the forecast meeting, if they could
That would be
come
great.
and present them, because we would have everybody on the financial team there. So make sure that the treasurer and the accountant and the assessors can be on there,
Mhm.
and FinCom, and we could take a look at it then.
I mean, that's one of the goals, and that may cost some money, but rather than having all the free cash go to one place, we could have this and be consistent with something going forward. That's gonna make it easier financially on everybody.
I agree.
So we don't need a motion at this point,
Okay,
but,
as,
expect that to be at that meeting.
Mhm. Yep, I will, make the necessary arrangements to get everyone, hopefully there on that particular night. So I'll
There would
start,
have to be a joint meeting, FinCom and select board.
excuse me?
There would be a joint meeting.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
We're gonna have a joint meeting on the 19th.
Yeah.
On the 19th, and it'll be
Oh,
with
no.
the financial team and ClearGov. If you could arrange that.
A couple of years ago.
That was ClearGov, but it was through a grant that we got from the state. Yep.
And
So
from what I understand, it was during a bunch of turnover.
I was gonna say, why didn't that stay
no, it
on?
wasn't.
No, it just never.
It's just that for whatever reason, they opted not to continue with it. I have no idea why. There, Eric was our town administrator. He's the one that wrote the grant and got it. When my term ended, my understanding was that there was gonna be training for it. I know I had to log into it, as did many other people. I logged into it and played with it. Yeah. And for whatever reason, when I mean, I didn't follow that. It wasn't, I was no longer a selectman when I came back in this term. I fully thought it would be there and operational for the past, 2 fiscal year cycles, and it wasn't. So I don't know what happened. I can't tell you. Do you know, Geraldine?
I don't know.
I have no idea what happened.
I wasn't here either, so I can't.
Yeah,
So
so-
it's all speculation.
Wasn't it brought up during the, budgeting process? So we had already done,
We had already done the budgeting, but we were kind of just letting it sit and finish the budget the way we were doing it for that fiscal year. And then start the training
kind of dropped.
right
by the wayside.
after
Yeah.
that, and it just never got picked back up. I have no idea why.
Yeah.
And it
too
lapsed,
bad.
and that was that. And here we are, same place. So,
And unfortunately, that grant, that we originally got the software with,
no,
the state stopped doing that part of the grant
Yeah.
at the moment. It's the community compact grant.
right.
So now we're left to contemplate, paying for it on our own to, acquire the software again and then, continue with it, as part of.
the same software? I mean.
It is, yeah, but certainly, the modules do get updated by the software company year over year. They add new capabilities to it, so, and I think the presentation that we would have on November 19th, everyone can kind of see what's it's capable of now and, what it can do.
Maybe we can save some money as they've already done some preliminary work here.
Maybe, there's still, like I said, a setup fee, which, is, about $3,200, so it's just to get all the data ported over.
Okay,
Are we going back to the goals?
we're going back to the public hearing.
We can go back to it after the public hearing,
Okay.
it's 7 o'clock
Okay.
now.
I can bring us back to the goals after it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't see Bill Solomon yet, so.
All I know is I've been given a script.
Yeah, and, I think he's probably the one that starts things off. So,
Is Mr. Solomon on? Attorney Solomon? Do we have do you need something to write on? Pass that along with.
If Bill's running a little bit late, we can certainly either continue the goals discussion or talk about something else.
Keep
Okay,
going
so-
on goals or?
So even though this is scheduled for 7, I can do it later?
Yeah, you can start later, but you can't start earlier than what was published.
Okay. As long as I'm legal.
Yep. There's nothing.
All right,
illegal.
Veronica, do you want to continue on the goals, please?
Sure. The one thing I would move after our discussion with town council is we had the March town meeting article. I would move that to January
Yeah,
under DPW,
I was thinking that.
Mhm. Okay, yep.
because it would be good to have that in place. It will affect our.
Because if we have to do any
budget.
negotiations, that gives us, we've already got the vote, so we can do the negotiations.
Right,
And that's part of the budget cycle then.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll put that in January now.
okay, thanks.
For DPW.
Correct.
Mhm.
Oh, I had already had that written for January. I don't know why. Okay, anything else on the goals?
Regionalization,
Yeah, I think, I've had, an initial meeting with, 4 of the communities on Monday. Ashby, Pepperell, Groton and Dunstable, talking about potential regionalization of, fire and EMS. We're gonna try to, have Littleton and Air possibly be part of the mix too. In situations like this, when you have, multiple, parties, invariably, some drop off. So, we might have 7 now, but, when it's all said and done, you might only be left with 3 or 4. And then
So you said you were gonna add Aaron Shirley,
Air and,
Littleton.
Yep. And then once we sort of have initial buy-in from, the town administrators, we'll invite all the subject matter experts to the table, meaning, the fire chiefs, are typically in charge of fire and EMS.
And I've asked for the selectmen to be involved. At least the chair.
So, and then, we'll have a couple early meetings, and then it's really up to the subject matter experts to hammer out the details to see if we can make this work, what it's gonna look like.
I don't know if I can give you the contact information. I had talked to somebody with Franklin regionalization. I think I brought up to you, Franklin County does a huge regionalization.
Mhm.
They do it for a lot of different services. And they have been more than happy to come and talk about how they do stuff, because they've saved a ton of money over the past 2 decades just by,
How
You know-
many towns?
it's different towns join the Franklin Regional. I forget what it's called, Franklin Regional, don't quote me on it, anybody can look it up. But, so they may do like accounting services together, I mean, or they do all, like certain aspects of fire EMS, like, if, I'm not sure, but you can do all your ambulance billing together, those types of things all. So you have those authorities in all the towns. Like training is a big thing. They offer training for. So they don't do all town services, but towns opt in for certain services.
I had told Nelson that the conference I attended in May that was one of the things they discussed. And there was someone there from the Collins Center who will work with towns as a consultant. And I don't know if you contacted them to find out what services were available.
I didn't, I meant to bring it up at the meeting yesterday, but I did end up talking to the Pepperell TA about it. He's gonna contact ELS to see if there's any funding available to do, studies of this nature.
That would be good.
So, I'll report back once I find out more.
I just think having a consultant or somewhere look at it and talk about what other places have done would be helpful.
I just talked to Bill on the phone. He's at a remote location, just finished a meeting, but they've got lousy internet, so he's traveling to a location that he can then log in. He figures another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, we'll continue. We've
Okay.
got stuff. Thank you
Okay.
for the update. Okay, so are we good with, the goals for tonight? One of the things I'll mention, I've asked for, and hopefully the select board is okay with this, to change the agenda to have new business and old business. And anything that is not finished from the business of this meeting will go to old business for every future meeting, so that the topic is there and we don't forget it. Try
So
that.
under meeting business, we're gonna have old business and new business.
Yeah, but new business, I think, comes first, and then you address old business.
Okay,
Might you want to
We can
put
try it.
ongoing business?
On
Because once it's finished, it would be old business.
I think new and old is a standard and
New and old is standard, and in fact,
As long as they drop off the old.
Harrison took care of that today.
that's what the library trustees always did, was needed.
It's very common in organizational. new
We just
and
always
old,
did it
you
that
know.
One thing I also frequently see as a companion to those is the continuing items. If there is a more ongoing item that's not quite new or old, it's just an ongoing discussion. I often will see a
Ongoing and
continuing
continuing,
item section.
we could have a lot of those.
Yeah.
So,
But it does give you the space to address it at any meeting, which is nice. I know,
yes,
like,
and.
the
we need
library,
to
we
have
always
that.
had the previous budget as a minimum of old business, so if anything came up about it, you could address it at that meeting.
Okay,
Or you could just pass over if you didn't need to.
exactly, but it's there.
okay, so
So we're
what,
good with that?
oh yeah, I'm good with that. What we need then is to, put this timeline into a article, into a, document. So Callie, this would be you, that we use for review. And, by contract, we are to be setting goals for, the town administrator based on the things that we identified, which we did.
Mhm.
And then they need to be measurable,
Mhm.
which these deliverables should give us. And if Callie can work up a review document that we can agree on, and Nelson has to agree on it, as do all of us.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I would say take what's there, does that work? And we can put that on the next agenda.
Okay.
I don't know if that's considered new business or old business, probably new. With the deliverables is old, I don't know.
Okay, why don't you make a note on that for Sabrina to figure out where to put it, or how to put it next month? I'm making notes like November 5th, November 19th kind of thing as I go along, so I'm sure we're all gonna give her our notes.
I think November 5th would be good.
Okay. Well, the agenda will
If
look
that
different
sounds
on the 5th.
To Callie,
And, oh, as far as the goals?
as far as the review document goes.
Review document, okay. Got that, Tom?
And then we can, review it, see if we need to add an update for November, and then be done with that. That piece of it,
Did you
maybe
say the
not.
5th or the 19th?
5th.
Okay, got it. So what we haven't done, and let me know if you think we can do this until the attorney gets here, 4.6. On the, omnibus budget,
Let's wait. I'd rather not be interrupted for that. I
right,
wanna
that's
just,
gonna take longer, forget it.
so maybe 4.11.
Oh, yeah, 4.11. Is there a motion?
There will be, a sec, sorry. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the letter of support as read into record.
And Veronica Cal second.
Let me read it into record, please. One moment, sorry. Apologize for the delay.
It's okay, we all seem to be busy here.
This is Town of Townsend Select Board, 272 Main Street, Townsend, Mass. 01469, October 21st, 2025. RISE Massachusetts / Mosaic Opioid Recovery Partnership, care of Massachusetts Department of Public Health, Bureau of Substance Addiction Services. Dear Mosaic Review Committee, on behalf of the Townsend Select Board, we are pleased to express our support for the Mosaic Opioid Recovery Partnership and our intent to participate in its municipal grant program. This initiative aligns with Townsend's commitment to community health, prevention, harm reduction, and recovery support. Like many small towns, Townsend continues to experience the impacts of the opioid crisis. Mosaic's focus on local capacity building, equity, and evidence-based response provides a meaningful opportunity to strengthen our community's ability to prevent overdose and expand access to treatment and recovery resources. Townsend anticipates using Mosaic resources to support outreach, naloxone, Narcan distribution and training, and enhanced referral pathways to recovery services. We also value Mosaic's technical assistance and peer learning network, which will help ensure our efforts are sustainable and effective. Thank you for consideration and for your continued partnership in advancing community health. Sincerely, all of us. Do we need to amend that to say to sign out of session?
No, we don't have to sign now.
Is it here?
Is
I
it
have it
ready?
right here.
Oh, if you have it, then we'll sign.
Okay,
No
so
need to
there was a
amend.
motion and a second, and it was read. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, roll call.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schiffer and
Here's this Comcast. The public hearing.
Okay, I'll go into, he's not here yet, so I'll go into, 4.12, which is the BBCC. And we did meet today. It was a much shorter meeting than what we had planned because we ended up with, having a select board earlier today. Harrison's done a great job with, I don't have those.
Do you want this or?
You set it aside, we'll give it to spring afterwards.
I want to thank Callie. Yeah, we reviewed the onboarding documents. And as well as, for the volunteer board committee member, as well as the onboarding for project volunteer, which is non-elected and, non-compensated. That was interesting. We actually went through every page of these and it was really good. We had a couple of comments that, I think, Harrison will go over with you. But, we definitely, like these, would like to have these signed for, and as far as the board goes, and, select board, you will get copies of these as well. Once we have
Once finalized.
once finalized, because we did make some changes today, and Harrison will have those ready, and he'll probably review them with you as well. And also, I think our last comment was that we'd like to see the policy handbook be one of the documents that are signed for as well. So this is awesome. We know that you put a lot of work into this, and I feel like it's a great asset for the town that you've done that. So thank you. So the board was all excited about that. And Our minutes are gonna be reviewed at the next meeting. We also got feedback from at least, I think, 7 of the boards for, what they would like to see, given to people when they come on board. One of them will be a list of links that each one of the boards and commissions will have for them to go to training. Conservation, there's a number of them. The assessors came up with, well, you have to take a 40-hour class to be an assessor and be certified as one, which is not known to everybody who, goes on. So, it's being worked on, that's what I'm gonna say. We're not done, but it's being worked on. What I don't have for you today, because of a little bit of miscommunication, I guess, is the backside of the volunteer form. But we will have that done at the next meeting, so that the new volunteer reappointment form will be ready. And we meet next Friday, 31st.
So I guess my question is, what is the end game here? What do we expect to see in the end? Is the board policy handbook being updated? Is the,
We didn't go through that document yet. We did go through.
I'm not rushing you. I'm just
Okay.
wondering what should we see in the end?
Hopefully everything updated. But that's the goal,
I think,
and more usable and more informative.
I think there was like, when I came on, one of my concerns was I had been on boards for years and never received 2/3 of the documents, right?
Right.
And so I think the main goal is informing this was everybody who volunteers or is elected to board
We'll get everything.
else gets the same information to start.
And where will it be written down what that information is?
There's a sheet you have to
Well,
shine, yeah.
Yeah, there's a signature for mostly everything.
Okay, so that you worked on today is what the end product is?
No, not yet.
That's what we have right now.
That's what we have right now.
But that, okay.
Like a packet, you join
There
a
will be
board,
a
and you
packet.
receive a packet of information with everything you need, and you have to sign that you received.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so to one of the concerns, because was accountability, who's gonna monitor?
Yes, I had sent Harrison
Yep.
because I want to know who checks ethics. I thought it was Kathy, the town clerk, because Kathy always said you need to take this.
Yep.
Or yours has run out. So I assumed that she was the one monitoring for all the boards and committees. Is that the case? Is it the town clerk that monitors that? Or is it human resources? Who gets the information that says it's time to update?
So if I may, I'll be careful as to not create new BBCC deliberations, but in my switching hats as town clerk, generally speaking, the Mass General laws for ethics doesn't require that there's an ongoing monitoring or enforcement on the part of the town. The requirement is that of the individual public employee as defined by their particular law. There's been some helpful nudging over the years, and I have some strategies that were discussed that will continue to helpfully nudge, but they're all courtesy notices. There's no enforcement, like active monitoring. There are some automated emails that we can set to send. There's also going to be a letter sent to those who do not regularly check emails, and a general reminder to everyone in town that, hey, this is a requirement that is every 2 years and every year for an acknowledgement. It's not just a one and done. So there'll be communication done from the clerk's office as courtesy notices. But the real enforcement, with the new training system, the Ethics Commission can see, and they could ask the town, please provide a list of every employee or board and committee member, and they can go through the list and compare.
But
So-
they aren't the ones that send you the reminder. Those come
Well,
from,
they're
even when I worked for the Mount, I would get a reminder that said, you need to take the ethics test. I mean,
So this
every
new
year
system does-
that I
is
needed to
automated.
take it.
Yeah, so this new
They already
system
do
automatically does that, and it's from the State Ethics Commission's portal that would send.
So it
out.
goes to you, it doesn't go to,
No, it goes directly to you.
to the
To
individual.
the individual, the
Oh,
email
really?
you signed up with the
Okay.
account, their
That's
portal
good, that's
will-
better, actually,
Yeah,
because,
cuts out a middle person where it could get lost, so.
okay,
It goes directly to the individual, assuming they have an account.
Yes, not everyone has an account.
there's a significant number of municipal employees as defined
That have
by
not
that
taken
chapter
their
who
ethics.
do not even have an account, let alone out of date.
Can you take the ethics exam without having an account?
You know, you're
Not
required to
anymore.
sign up and have that account.
Okay.
And that's how, the certificates, like folks don't have to print and send it to the clerk anymore. It's automatically in that system, where the certificate is generated and is on file.
Do you think it would be possible to do a one-off at the start? These are all the people, here's everyone's status
That
Just-
is the intent with the
okay.
next couple of weeks. That notice that's gonna go out is gonna be
for all of
basically
us who,
everyone.
half of us probably are
It's
left.
gonna go to every employee and board and committee member. You know, please check your status, call the clerk's office, we'll check, we'll look you up, try logging in. If you're having a hard time, maybe you don't have an account, we can help, or we can reset your password. And do it, those sort of things. So it'll be kind of an ethics training drive, so to speak. And we're working on getting set up with a kiosk that people can come to the first office. If they're not so computer literate, we can have it ready to go for them. And we'll do basically all of the setup, and all they need to do is watch the videos that go with it. And we can take kind of the technology aspect out of it and make it as easy as possible.
Okay.
We'll work on it, and we'll keep going until everything we feel needs to be done is done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next
Great.
meeting is the 31st, and hopefully on the 5th, we'll have the final and a couple of things.
So there.
Oh, Attorney Solomon,
Hello, I apologize. I was at a hearing. We had a license signing in a school, and there's no internet access for at least my phone. So thank you for waiting.
okay, so I'm gonna open the public hearing right now, okay? Are
Great.
you ready?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna read your script, and hopefully I'll be out of trouble.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
Town of Townsend hearing regarding renewal of cable television license of Comcast Cable Communications Management LLC. Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. And it is now 7:23 p.m. I will just, I'm not sure if it's on here or not, but that everyone who's here has signed in to the public hearing. This public hearing is regarding the renewal of the cable television license of Comcast Cable Communications Management LLC, formerly Comcast of Massachusetts 3, Inc. The current Comcast license was issued on November 1st, 2015 through October 31st, 2025. This hearing is being held in furtherance of the goals of the Federal Cable Act, the Massachusetts Cable Law, Chapter 166A of the General Laws, and the regulation of the Massachusetts Department of Telecommunications and Cable. Public notice of this proceeding was published twice in the Sentinel and Enterprise, which I have copies of here. I will now recognize the town's special cable counsel, Attorney Solomon, is here with us by video conference. Special Counsel William Solomon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, it's good to be here. We've been working hard on the cable license renewal. Your town administrator, Nelson's been a integral part of all the planning, the ascertainment, and the negotiations. And of course, Dave, who is here, chair of the Cable Advisory Committee, has been fully involved. So I'll just briefly say that with respect to the major issues, the we're down to the question of PEG capital, public education, government, community television capital dollars. We've had some discussions with Patrick Sherns, the Comcast government affairs manager, who's handling this matter. and we've been speaking in the last few days to try to get to an agreement. I'm speaking again with your team tomorrow, and I'll be speaking to Mr. Shearns. So I hope that by the end of the week or the beginning of next week, we'll have an agreement on the capital dollars. From there, I'll be drafting the license, passing it by your team, the committee, and then providing it to Pat Shearns to finalize with Comcast. So I think that process has worked well. A critical part of that, and you might have heard from Dave, is the capital plan, where a very talented outside consultant came in, working with Dave, input by Nelson, and that plan has served us well with respect to the negotiations on dollars. So that's where the matter stands today. Today is to hear from the public, and most importantly, to check off some of the boxes that are required to give the public an opportunity to hear and to be heard if they'd like, so that we can proceed ahead. And my goal is that, and a full expectation is we'll have a license agreed upon and then ready for a board vote before the end of the year. And I think we're in good path to do that. I provided a summary of the basic license terms, and I'd be happy to answer any questions with respect to those terms, or if you'd like, I could briefly go through what those are.
Yeah, why don't you go through the terms that you have?
Sure.
Drafted?
Thank you. Well, the license would be a 10-year license, which is the maximum allowed by state law. And I firmly believe it's in the town's interest to have a longer license. The competitive environment, the legal environment will not get any better than it is now. And so now is an excellent time. As I said to Nelson when I came on, I'm very pleased that your license is up now, because it's a good time to renew. So 10 years makes sense, sort of like a long-term mortgage makes sense for most people. The cable subscribers of Comcast has at the end of last year was 1,805. 1,805, down from 1,970 the year before, 2,187. So your loss of subscribers is less than many communities. The loss of cable subscribers, because as you know, this only relates to the cable portion of the service that Comcast provides. At the same time, while the revenues have not gone down in the same manner that the subscriber number has, which is good. The operating support we've negotiated would be 5% of the gross revenues. That's the support for a TCAM, and 5% in the current license, and the maximum allowed under current law. The PEG capital, as I discussed, and the last license had $30,000 PEG capital and had $130,000 payment toward the moving of the studio. We have had good negotiations with Comcast, and I hope to have that number completed, as I said, by the beginning of next week. The form of it may be on capital paid on a per subscriber basis quarterly, or it might be based on a gross revenue formula, and that we're discussing internally further and with Comcast. In addition to that, there's PEG access cablecasting from local origination points. In your current license, those locations are the town hall, the Spalding Elementary School, the Squanicook Elementary School, the Hawthorne Brook Middle School, and your regional high school. Those are the license requirements that you go live from the town hall. Some of the other locations are required, and they're not all working at the present time, but would be required in the license going forward, unless there was a negotiation point, which allowed Comcast to provide other dollars in lieu thereof. In your current license, the town had 24 months to request that Comcast build out to your buildings at Dudley Road. That's the library, as you know, the meeting room, and the Council on Aging. That was not required at the time because there was a focus on other issues. But going forward, and by the way, that extension under the license would be paid for by the town or the Access Corp. So going forward, the license draft will provide that either Comcast will connect, and really the only connection, as Dave Fenella points out, needed is to the meeting room. The other two buildings there or rooms can be connected internally by the town or TCAM, so that Comcast would under our draft license be required to bring out the fiber to that location so that cable could be sent to the town hall in the head end, or alternatively, the license draft will say that the town or the Access Corporation has the right to build its own connection according to Comcast standards. That sometimes is the better option for a number of reasons. So in sum, I think the license draft will in some respects write itself, because I think I've reached an equilibrium on license drafts with this assurance of Comcast and with Comcast. So the last major issue we have is the pay capital, and I think we have to make sure that everyone's on the same page on the local originations. With that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do think when we get done with this, we're going to have a very strong license at a challenging time that'll serve the town well for the next 10 years, subject to the fact that we can't control whether people maintain cable or add on to cable. I think cable may be stronger than people think it might be, but that's outside of a control of this license. Puts us in a position to be in the best position possible to go forward as I see it.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Solomon. I'd like to ask Dave Funioli, as the chair of the Cable Advisory Committee, do you have any comments?
As Bill pointed out, the cable committee, we haven't done a lot now. We did all of the work that we were required to do up front in order to get Bill to the point he's at now with his discussions with Comcast. So if you look, you haven't seen us meet in months now, but we met
I know,
7
I'm
or
on
8.
the committee.
What's that?
I know, I'm on the committee.
But I'm treating you with your select person hat on, not the cable committee. But so it doesn't look like we've done a lot lately, but we did a front end job of everything that we needed to get done. The origination points Bill was talking about, which basically means Comcast installing necessary equipment so we can plug cameras and things in at the meeting rooms over near the senior center and the library, separate from their infrastructure they already have. So it wouldn't touch, overlap, or be part of the town's fiber system right now. It would be totally separate from them. We've been, like Bill pointed out, him and I have been talking almost on a daily basis for the past couple of weeks right now, just trying to make sure we've got all our ducks in a row. He then turns around and talks with the Comcast people. So it's like a ping pong match. It keeps going back and forth. Things get dropped, things get added, etc. I think, do you want me to discuss the capital plan part of this, Bill?
Sure, that briefly, yes, that'd be great. Because that was really the major work that you and the committee have done. So yeah, it's a brief overview.
I don't know if everybody's got a copy of the document, but it looks like that. It's a handful of pages, and it's just rows and rows and rows of equipment, cables, switches, etc. We're talking to Comcast about them implementing this for us over a 10-year period, the entire 10-year contract. It's broken up into chunks by year. For instance, my favorite that I'm really pushing to have Comcast do for us up front is to get a mixing system and the necessary equipment, so when we have town meeting, we go down to the high school, we don't have to hire Pepperell to bring up their men and their equipment in order to broadcast out live. So that's what a lot of this entails, plus future replacements of the expensive equipment like the Castus machine that actually does the broadcasting. That's scheduled for like year 6 or 7 to be entirely replaced by the Comcast agreement that we're working on setting up right now and finalizing. There's a lot of good equipment in here. A lot of this wasn't in existence during the first contract from 10 plus years ago. So there's a lot of equipment you guys may have seen downstairs in the rooms or stored in the garage or here and there that are basically fundamentally just
Surplus?
yeah, surplus, but they're almost useless surplus because it's like having a Model T Ford trying to pull a tractor trailer. Yeah, it's a vehicle, but it's not the right one and it's not powerful enough to do the job it needs. So functionally, just about everything needs to be replaced over the next 10 years because things get obsolete and things wear out.
And Dave, if I just add, because the Comcast would be providing funding and the Access Corp would use that funding to purchase that equipment. But I think based on that, Pat Shurns had asked specifically for a capital plan. We generally do it, and we did it here, and I think it's helped to try to get a stronger capital dollar number. One last thing I should mention, I left out of the outline, is that Comcast will be providing, excuse me, a high definition channel. Currently, the license provides that the current license that there's 2 PEG access channels, and that's what's run by TCAM. You have the right under the current license for a 3rd channel upon notice to Comcast. Going forward, Comcast is going to take one of those SD channels, standard definition channels, and transition it into a high definition channel. And what we'll be discussing further, and I've discussed with Mr. Shurns, is the question of the 3rd channel and the possibility, and I've discussed with Dave, the possibility of forgoing the 3rd channel, and that there's some benefits to a 3rd channel for sufficient PEG capital. So we'd have to weigh those. That's a possibility. But what's a certainty is we'll have 1 high definition PEG channel. And in addition to that, we'll have a side letter that gives the board the right to have Comcast in to discuss the technical and financial feasibility and actually doing additional HD channels in place of the standard definition channel. So that's been a discussion. We've also discussed the possibility of 2 high definition channels from Comcast. So that discussion is continuing. We're weighing together with Comcast the PEG capital and the question of whether a 2nd HD channel and the question of whether the town could implement a 3rd PEG channel. And when we reach some sort of tentative position on that, we'll of course be coming back to the board and presenting the total proposal in writing and discussing it so you can make your judgment as to whether to move forward with that agreement. Again, my goal is to have this agreement done, by the end of the year. It'll be likely could be December, but not to go past that. And I'm optimistic
It doesn't matter
that'll
that
occur.
our agreement ends on the 31st of October.
Yeah, and what I suggested there is that if we get an agreement with, well, the license will continue to be in effect, Comcast will continue to provide service and they'll continue to be obligated to meet the terms. That what I've suggested is if we can get this license agreement done, within, let's say, 2 weeks, we then proceed ahead with the license document and we'd have a license draft before you in toward the end of November. If it turns out that progress isn't being made, then I would pass through the town administrator and yourself and provide to Comcast a short-term, call it extension. There's reason it's not needed, but if we go past a certain period, it probably makes sense to do. But for now, my preference is not to do that. Since the license is in effect, both parties agree it's in effect. I can get Comcast to agree in writing it's in effect and they'll comply with it. And I rather focus on that than give Comcast the idea that we're just extending it and not looking to be completed. So we're in okay shape legally going forward. And if we want to further document that, we can. But the focus on my part will continue to be, and we spent a lot of time in this in the last 2 weeks, is to finalize with Comcast Government Affairs representative so we can provide it to the board.
Okay, any questions from the select board?
Could you just clarify where the origination sites are?
Yeah, currently you're sitting in one of them.
Yeah.
The studio downstairs, we can broadcast live out of there, which we do.
Okay.
The second one is down at 222 Main Street at the TCAM studio there.
Okay.
That's the home of Channel 8.
Okay.
Here's the Channel 9. Channel 9 is the government station.
Okay.
That's what we focus on here. The other one is all the stuff like the old movies and TV shows and like when people give lectures over at the library or senior center and we film them and put them up. Like there was a woman, we couldn't film her that particular night. It was the night of the town meeting, but she was a reenactor. She was Paul Revere's wife. And she did a little presentation down at the senior center explaining what she was going through as the wife of Paul Revere the night of his famous ride and the few days after. So that's primarily what we use Channel 8 for. The third one Bill was talking to is traditionally the education channel, and that's usually tied in directly with the schools, where the schools create their own content and then upload it to us to show on their channel. But that's a third channel he was referring to. We've got to get that eventually going. And if we don't, we still need to talk to the high school and the middle schools about getting them to provide content, school plays, concerts, etc.
So you can project from here, from all the schools, from your studio, and you're adding the meeting hall. Is that right?
Yes, that's what we definitely want to do.
Well, not currently though.
But that would be in the renewal
Yes.
license.
Currently, as I'm saying, no.
No?
Yeah, it's in the current license, and what's in the only places that have live origination, as I understand it, are the town hall and the studio currently.
Oh, yeah.
And that,
Okay.
but the license requires, it's like, remember those other three schools, and our position at the current time is that obligation to have live origination of the schools would continue. If Comcast, was interested in getting out of that obligation, then we discuss what the financial benefit to the town and PEG Access would be to allow them not to have that same obligation going forward. So the three schools are an obligation, but not currently functioning, likely because of the end use equipment, the encoder, transmitter rather, not because there's not fiber. So our position is those should continue. And if Comcast is interested in what I used to call like a buyout, providing dollars, maybe as part of the capital grant, then we'll discuss that further. The town does have some ability in the modern day to go live from those locations just using the internet or wireless, or you have some town fiber. So there's some other options, but the last issue we're discussing with the Comcast representative is the local origination, and we'll tie that in together with the Peg Capital. And again, any preliminary agreement that's reached will come back for the board for its approval. But one way or the other, the Access Corp will be able to cablecast from those locations. It's really a question of if they're going to do it a lot, then it makes sense to have fiber. If they're going to cablecast periodically, then there are ways to cablecast without fiber. But if the town were to allow Comcast not to have that obligation, then we would expect that there'd be commensurate benefit to the Peg Capital number.
There's still a lot
Thank you.
of things that are possible to happen, as Bill's pointing out. It's final negotiations and talks with Comcast of what both sides can agree on, and then depending on what that decision is, we can go this way and accomplish what we want, or go this other way and accomplish what.
But it's come to a head, and I hope to have it resolved within a week or so.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
I don't know if your list is in the SharePoint. Did you guys get it?
No,
Okay.
Listen, Bill, did you provide a copy of the capital list to the town yet, or do you want me to?
I'd be happy to do it. I did provide it, but I'd be happy to provide it tonight when I get back to the office.
Okay. I would just say, I was in the capital planning meeting, and Daniela was great. She was,
Oh,
a
that
lot
was,
of that list is bringing us into the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so she knew her stuff.
yeah. And by the way, just as a side note, as part of Bill's service that he's providing to us to deal with Comcast, the technician, I think she's more than a technician, Danielle, that prepared this capital list for us, she came to us for free as a gratuity towards us. She works for the Ockers company, which is a pretty massive technology company that does a lot of PEG access as well as other things. She spent a lot of time putting this list together for us. And this is what Bill is working with Comcast on, is seeing how much of this we're going to get to implement over the next 10 years, but it has to be part of the contract currently.
Right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Any questions from the public?
Oh, everybody's reading travel guides.
Okay then.
Basically, I'll add, if everything goes the way we want it to, there's nothing but blue skies and unicorns and rainbows and the PEG access future.
Okay, so we're gonna have some music with that little lyric.
Yeah.
Okay, let me finish my script here.
Are you gonna listen? Are you gonna take questions from the public?
Oh, yeah. You're next.
Okay.
Any
Yeah.
questions Online.
Yes, I'm wondering, is there any provisions in the contract, or is any thoughts into it that with our dwindling number of subscribers we've dropped considerably over the last several years with streaming, and with the only people that have access to these PEG access channels are cable subscribers. And over the next 10 years of the contract, I'd anticipate that number is going to dwindle quite a bit more over a 10-year period, with improvements in technology available to people in their households to stream or to to access normal, regular old television. Probably won't even call it television by the time we get to 10 years. But are there any provisions in the contract for Comcast to, I mean, no longer provide some of this stuff? And if, at what point is there no point in PEG access channels? Is there a subscriber number where it kind of gets like all this work and all the staff with TCAM to, at what point is it not worth it to have a cable, all these cable channels? How many, do you get to down to 300, 400? How many cable
Well,
subscribers is too little?
that would be entirely up to Comcast themselves. If they look at the overall scenario and they say, you've only got 300 subscribers in your town anymore. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do that. We want to change this. But there is one behind the scenes thing that is also kind of going on at the same time. I've been working off and on with Margaret Scarsdale, and she's put forward a couple of bills, got a couple of co-sponsors for it, to make it required that all cable companies, not just Comcast, start sharing any revenue that they make through pure streaming services. So their incentive is to try and keep as many Comcast customers as they can get one way or another, but start sharing the money with the PEG access people to keep it going. As a side note to that, which Bill didn't bring up and all that, but the equipment we currently have, the Castus machine, we need a little more equipment, but we can actually live stream through Facebook, YouTube, other social media sites, these meetings that we currently record and then put up on YouTube after the fact, which would help in the long run, like broadcasting a live town meeting from the school. We're doing it live directly through the TV system, but we can start, hopefully in the near future, pushing it through directly to social media sites where anybody in Townsend, whether they're a Comcast subscriber or not, will be able to view the content that cable, PEG access cable is producing now.
Yeah, I would really look forward to you guys putting as much live feeds onto YouTube and some of the other stuff that some of these shows that are locally produced, at least, that you have on the cable channels onto the YouTube channel. So those of us that are not cable subscribers can enjoy some of the cooking classes that I used to watch when I had cable. Those would be nice.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could just say one thing on that, as Dave mentioned, there's the bill in the legislature to get streamers to use the public way to have to pay a percentage of their revenue. On the issue of streaming, I think it's helpful if the board gets involved with TCAM and what decisions are made. I mean, almost every access corporation streams its programming, but I think there are decisions to make whether you stream it and people go to your website, the TCAM website, or the town have a link to stream. And the towns would only be the government channel, but as contrasted with social media, if you feel you want to share that, or you want to keep it separate from social media, where they have their business and you have yours. Also, cable companies traditionally, when streaming began, would say, well, look, people who are getting that programming are not paying for it. It's the cable subscribers, they would say, who pay for it. And so when the benefit goes to non-cable subscribers, eventually, the system doesn't work. Well, what changed in 2019, based on an FCC decision, which cities and towns would disagree with, is that a cable company has the right, since they're a cable company with a cable franchise, cable license in Massachusetts, they have the right to use that public way for internet and telephone. And the FCC says, even though we can disagree with it, that that the franchising authority, the town, does not have the right to regulate that, or even to get fees from it. So that since a cable company has the right, like Comcast, unlike Verizon, which is a teleso in the public way, not just because they're a cable company, since a cable company like Comcast is in the public way for internet and telephone at the present time, only because they have a cable franchise. It would seem that the fact that people who use Comcast for internet and get the streaming over the internet, it wouldn't seem to be unfair to Comcast, since they're getting the ability to provide that service because they have a cable franchise. So that you certainly have the right to stream. Almost every Access Corp and your Access Corp, which has done a great job in building where it is and plans to go ahead, will likely stream. But I do think, as I said, that I think that discussion of where and how to stream should be had with the board, because there are policy and decisions one can make as to where that is. And eventually, there's very few places, one place in particular, that began the process. If you want to get the program from streaming, that there was a cost. There was a paywall for streaming. Now, I'm not suggesting. Now, what happened then is the town ended up helping out the Access Corp, and that disappeared. But there are decisions to be made, and I think, Dave, when TCAM starts to do that, it should do it in consultation with the board. But yes, that's going to be the future. People will be able to see this programming at the very least on a DCAM streaming website.
Thank you.
The slightly long answer was,
Yeah.
is that eventually we're gonna be doing this. It's just a matter of, we gotta get this current contract and the current situation nailed down, and then we can start looking at some of these other potential options.
But I think I also heard at this time, Attorney Solomon said that even though the numbers have gone down 100 plus a year for 3 years,
The money
the
is
revenue
staying.
is still up there.
Well, I think my guess on that
Right.
would be is because 5 years ago, your bill was only $75 a month, but now it's 150. There's less subscribers, but that lesser group is paying more money
Right.
than in the past.
I think
So,
that's everything. So,
but
any other questions?
Good
from the
question.
board? Hearing none.
No.
Okay, I do have a final comment. The town reserves the right to hold additional hearing or hearings as may be needed, although that is not anticipated. Thank you all for participating today. And if there's nothing else, I'll call this public hearing closed at 7:59 PM. Thank you, Attorney Solomon. And Dave.
Thank you very much. And again, I wanted to thank you, town administrator, for being a full partner in this. Very helpful.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Bill.
good night now, Bill.
Good night. Thank you. Bye, Dave.
Okay, so are we done with the goals? I think we finished the goals, right?
Yeah, I think we did
4.7?
before. Yeah.
And so next would be the organizational chart, 4.8. Nelson, if you're gonna speak to it, do you want to screen share that for the audience?
Remind me of what specifically are we talking about, related to the organizational chart? Are we just looking to update it?
I don't know.
I thought
Are we
that
just-
was part of the whole thing with the
Public
attorneys
Works
and
Oh,
But they seem to
okay.
say whatever changes we make, we just have to bring forward.
yes.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
probably
But
two
the notes I
separate
made
things.
were in reference to the charter. Whatever we do, we have to.
But, I mean, I'm under the understanding, I think most of the changes we've, like, with the goal of Department of Public Works, I don't think that changes anything in the charter because we're not changing the descriptions of any of the boards.
Right.
It's purely organizational employees. If the board moved along with an employee or et cetera. It's not changing anything for a board or committee.
That's what I
The
took
job
from it.
descriptions may change.
Yes, job descriptions will change, but, or may change. But the, and the placement on here will change, but, I think we got the questions answered that we needed to have answered for this.
Okay,
I
so
don't,
are you done with 4.8?
4.8 and 4.9 go
Okay.
together, and so Nelson will provide us with
Updates?
recommendations
Mhm.
for joining things. I assume that that's what's gonna happen.
Correct, and that may necessitate a new organizational chart being produced.
Right,
So yeah, I think those two items kind of go hand in hand.
And the timeline
Um,
for that?
well, I think we were shooting for a town meeting article in January, so, you know, we kind of have a lot of work to do between now and
Do you
January.
want to have an update for the 19th for us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fire chief's not due yet. So just, okay, do you want to do 4.6?
No, I want to wait. Like I said, I want to get it all, no interruptions with that one, just to get through it.
Oh, wait on the agenda, you mean? Okay, so let me just do that. That's going to be 4.13, updates on policies being worked on.
We unfortunately did not get an update from town council. We had provided them with, I think, a handful of.
I have the website content, federal funds, media relations, social media, emergency assistance, and alcoholic beverages.
Yep, we.
Those are the current policies, I think.
Awaiting
That
review.
that we had asked town council for them to take a look at. I have not heard back from them yet, so I think they're still working through them all.
okay. One thing I would like to do is have the personnel policies and procedures looked at, because I do think that has to be, voted at town meeting also.
Correct.
So, you know, at some point, we need to start working on that, because that will take a hearing process and a warrant article, and I thought that was part of the in this timeline.
So I think what we should do is, yeah, I think it was towards the secondary goals or the policies.
Policies,
Yeah.
yeah, secondary goal, November, personnel policies and procedures started with town meeting vote in mind. And for March, any warrant articles needed for the policies at the annual town meeting. So,
Okay, so November 19th meeting?
we need to get started on that, however, that's gonna be done.
Yeah, I think, you know, to your guys' points earlier, you need to start with the base document. Everyone's looking at the same one, and then everyone reviews it on their own, and then at an open meeting, we go through everything, any questions or comments, we revise it, and then keep going through that list. It's a pretty big document,
Right.
so it's gonna take multiple meetings, I think, to sort of get through it.
So maybe it
Okay,
would be
that's this one here.
good if,
Yeah, that's the one.
yeah. That's the selectmen operating
Oh, I'm
policies,
sorry.
that's
Oh,
not
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry.
It's the personnel policies and procedures. So maybe if Callie could provide
Do
for
we
us
have that?
for the next meeting, whatever
We don't, I don't
version
think it's part of your
you're
packet.
working with,
Okay.
and then we can go from there.
Yep.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So
Can you
November
just send
5th,
it in advance so we can look through it?
yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we do, so we did 115, so 410, we can go back to fire chief is here.
Guys, yeah, you can come.
Join you?
Yeah, of course.
Want us to sign it?
Well, you
No,
weren't.
No,
here
that was
that.
for the
Yeah.
public
that
hearing.
was for,
That's
just
probably
had one.
Sabrina probably needs this, correct?
Yes.
Sabrina will
Yes.
need it. Okay, I'll take it.
Both of these.
Hi,
How are you?
good, how are you?
Thanks for the invite.
My pleasure. Okay. Questions from the board?
I guess I was gonna give you guys an opportunity to explain the plan for the leadership structure with the opening right now and what you see going forward. I mean, we have a good solid job description for the assistant fire chief. How that fits in with the part-time fire chief, what the goal is for who you would hire in the future, et cetera.
So some of that, I think Valerie was out there, but I'll try to recapture and we'll dig as deep as you want. The position that we posted for the assistant fire chief was certainly to be groomed for my position. And then that has all changed, and I think the 2.5 override that failed exacerbated the problem. So we don't just have one opening, we got 3 openings right now. The townspeople have voted. I think we got to give them what they want. And what that means is there will be a reduced level of availability and services. Instead of having 2 regular shifts around the clock and 1 per diem, there may be 2 regular shifts around the clock and no per diem. The vacant spot that we have as an assistant chief, we've reduced that by $20,000 of the $74,000. And by the way, for the record, I believe my department was hit individually of any department in the town hardest. I don't think there was another department in the town that was hit for the $74,000 that we paid back. So
in dollars, that's true. Proportionally, I think it was probably the police station that was proportionally hit.
equal.
Yeah, equal or worse even.
I hope you've had this conversation with Jay, because he and I have had this conversation as well. And I refuse to put words in his mouth. So we're missing an assistant chief, and we've cut that back this year, and what that will look like for next year. I don't think we'll be able to fill that position for his price less 20 moving forward. I don't know how you're gonna do that. Fire chiefs right now are $140,000 to $180,000 in the area, not 65. And Jim's price was very good at 110. And I think most everyone is dedicated. So we're down an assistant chief, we're down a full-time person on one of our groups. And we've also eliminated another position. So we've eliminated 2 operative positions and an administrative or chief officer's position. So that's added to the responsibilities of myself and the deputy and the majority of the folks that are within the department to pick that up. On the short term, I think that, that's doable. The long term, probably not. And I think you need to be prepared that the unions are coming back for renewal again in the spring. We did have a pretty substantial increase. We made up that difference in our receipts. You've probably got a perfect storm coming. Because without the shifts being filled, without us being able to cover some of the demands that are out there, that means the revenue will decrease. And with that decrease, I know that I don't always get the information as quickly as I'd like it. The 700,000, and I understand that maybe there's an increase that you proposed from ambulance receipts for next year of 800,000 or 900,000.
I haven't really contemplated that.
But it's out there.
I mean, it's a consideration. I haven't really populated my FY
So
'27 figures.
it may not be there for you to take.
Okay,
And if
fair
you're
enough.
gonna take it, you might wanna have a conversation with us so we can give you an idea of what the projections look like. And I just don't see it. And I know what's happening in the region. So I told you that by October, we'd have a pretty good idea, and we'd probably be posting a position in the winter for early spring, and we still are moving in that direction. We do have some unknowns, the unknown of what the grant looks like, what the criteria is for the closure of Neshoba, but they anticipate that the new hospital emergency department in Groton should be open November of 26. It's a complicated problem. I'm humored sometimes, not in a good way, that there are folks that sit on the sidelines that feel that they understand the mutual aid agreement, they understand the intercept charges, they understand all of that and how the money can be moved. But we're in a precarious position that without the right people in the right place, without the income that you've been accustomed to, we, the town, have been accustomed to, it may not be there.
So I guess then one of the questions that has been raised, and I'll raise it, is the long-term goal to continue to have an assistant fire chief and a part-time fire chief, or to make that one position? Because I would think that would affect who you would be looking for and what your goal is in the next year.
That has been the goal, Val.
Okay.
The goal,
So that, because that salary range.
my goal was never to be fire chief.
No, yeah, so, but in terms of the organizational structure, that's the, you understand what I'm asking, Veronica? That those two positions combined into one.
Effectively, yes. There's not a lot of, the role as fire chief is to understand the fire ground and the EMS role, but also the administrative side.
Mm-hmm.
And we've increased our revenue substantially. And you've got to be able to maintain that moving forward. And so you don't take the best quarterback and make him the general manager. So you don't just pull someone out. They've got to have an understanding of how all of that integrates. And that's what some of our success has been, to generate the income. And it appears that there's a fair amount of eyes that want a piece of that income, but the cost to the town has not increased dramatically in 10 years, even though our cost of operation has increased substantially because we've made up the difference. So the simple question is, what does it look like? I'd like to say that I know, but yes, the short answer for you would be an assistant chief and a fire chief could be rolled into one, and I would hope that to be the case. I know that some of the communities locally are going to be changing their chief officers in the next year.
And I know there's discussions about regional EMS services.
Not as simple as one might think they could be.
Of course not. I'm not implying that they are, and it's a long-term process, but I think that plays into the conversation.
So we try to have a succession plan, and we try to train on multiple levels. So if I walk out the door tomorrow, the next in command is Mr. King, Deputy Chief King. It's a 24/7 gig.
I'm not denying that.
You know, we all understand that. So to find the right fit isn't throw an advertisement and have them walk in, because it's not happening. We've been advertising to fill the paramedic role that we've got, and we've had 3 candidates that we've offered jobs to, and each one of them walked away. They understand the climate in the community. People don't want to come where it's not supportive. We don't need to get into that. You know, they want to make sure they know they're going to a place where they're going to be okay. So that's all I got.
I was just looking for the goal on that structure, and
The structure goal hasn't really changed. The reduction in our ability to hire at competitive rates has changed. You get what you pay for. I'm not ready to compromise that yet, though. We had a bad fire 2 weeks ago. I think you're all aware of it. Man was dead inside the building. Our folks are, I sent you all a letter. Our folks are adequately trained. We need to make sure we're trained. They went in, they were able to identify them, grab them, drag them out. And they were able to shift without having command make directive decisions. Pump operator leaves the pump, somebody else backfills, they go over, they do it, they revived them, flew them to Worcester, sent them to Boston, the guy's alive. If we want to give up that level of service, we can do it. I'm not ready to do that yet. But the town made a very clear statement. And I think all of us in our positions have to give them what they want. And unfortunately, there will be a day that someone, may not be me, won't be able to say that success story. There's a price for everything. That's where we're at. Any questions?
We appreciate you.
Well,
We do. And everything that you do.
we try.
Because I don't think people think enough that you put yourselves in danger when you go into something like that. And all of our guys do. Police as well as fire.
So when it works well, it looks great. When it doesn't work well, it's a big problem. We got 2 new fire trucks that are in Haverhill. They're expected to be delivered. That'll keep us in compliance. Not that folks worry about that. With NFPA, with ISO, with a number of things. But as I said to Nelson a week ago, what do you want me to do about outfitting these trucks? We gave back money that we weren't anticipating, that we were anticipating to use. And Nelson said, well, take it out of your 250 from the state. I said, we can't do that. And I said, well, take it out of ambulance receipts. At some point in time, that well runs dry. So we got 2 new trucks that we've got to cobble together to get equipment that's 2025 compliant. And we're 125,000 short. But the town voted. And so I don't know what we're gonna do with that yet. There will be a day that we're not gonna be able to give you the success story that we've had unless we get some type of miracles that come along. Deputy?
Regardless of who the chief is, the people have to, the department has to buy into that chief. You can have the best chief here, and if our people don't buy in, we're gonna have a problem. People are gonna leave, medics can leave, they can get a job anywhere tomorrow. We all support Gary, and I mean, it shows, our department shows. So I don't understand I know we have a budget problem, but, you know, in our department size, Gary seems to be doing a pretty good job and holding it together the best we can. If you get the wrong person, we're gonna be.
We've been there. We've actually been there. And we know how bad it is, how bad it could be.
Other towns have tried recently to get a chief and it hasn't worked out. It's not, there's not a bunch of guys looking for the position. So, and someone's gonna have to work under Gary for a period of time to understand our mission statement because it's working.
Did you ever hire one? I know one backed out. Oh.
Nope, they're back at square one.
As per replacing the, you know, there's gotta be an assistant chief for a while to work under Gary. It's not gonna be an overnight thing where a guy just comes in here, a chief comes in here and understands how everything works.
We are paramilitary. This is not to make everybody feel good. Our job is to deliver when you call. Sometimes it's not pretty. Sometimes people hear things they don't want. Some people don't like us. That's too bad. After we had that call on Friday, the following day, they had an elderly woman took a tumble downstairs, broke 4 limbs in another town. They called us in. We were already on a second call. They had to call for extra help to the other town. So our department guys came back. People came back to work at 9 o'clock at night. They went there. The woman went into cardiac arrest, brought her back twice, put her in a helicopter and flew her off. She did ultimately meet her demise. But the level of care and the level of expertise and the expectation that we hold, people hit it. And it's really sad to see it on the precipice of a slide. And for those that think it's easy to replace and pull somebody out, part of me'd like to say, go ahead and do it. But the taxpayers deserve more and better.
I'm grateful for you guys, so.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. If you're good, we're good. I hope to be able to give you something concrete. The pool is small. And it's gotten smaller because we can't afford to pay much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in. the town clerk here.
Yeah, why don't
Why don't we do 4.13 about your portal and,
4.15.
or 15, and,
Yeah, in the
it's a
interest of.
thick package.
In the interest of time, I know, these materials were sent out to all of you, so I won't repeat everything. If there are any particular questions, I'm happy to address anything that you have.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead. Veronica, do you want to start?
Well, I want to start with, it looks like it's already in place. I guess why are we finding out about it after? Why wasn't the select board included in the conversation that started probably before the beginning of August? That's one question that I have, and that's really more process than it is content. I also want to know the cost and where the cost is coming from. I know you developed some of it.
Entirely.
So but there was the way I even found out about it was the warrant. There was a charge in the warrant for GitHub that I didn't recognize, and I wanted to know what that was for. And that was the way I found out about that. So for all the talk of transparency, this process was not. And so I requested that it be put on the agenda. I also saw the weigh-in from town council on the advisability of doing this. So, so tell us about it, I guess is what it comes down to.
So this came as a result of months of a really large number of public records requests.
Right.
And contrary to the belief, coming into this meeting, this did not get developed over a period of months or weeks. This was developed in days to solve a problem that we had right away.
Well, maybe that's the case, but the idea for it came up 2 months ago because you checked with Civic Plus.
Well, sure,
because that was in the email stream that you probably have right there.
There's been a problem since, back in June when the requests were coming in. This particular solution to the issue did not appear until immediately recently.
Okay, what I'm saying is the fact that there needed to be a solution of some sort, it would have been nice to have known that that was even being discussed, because I heard it from nowhere. If I hadn't been signing the warrant, and I go through the warrants, and saw a charge that I had never seen before in the town clerk's realm. And that's why I requested that this be put on. And that's why I don't even know that I would have known about anything, or we would have known about this new portal at all, had I not been looking at things when I signed the warrant. It was GitHub.
Sure. Yeah, and so GitHub is a tool that's used for the management of the source control of code. Basically, keeping the code together in an organized fashion.
Right.
There was availability within the existing budget, so there's no new incurrence of expenses for this.
Is it a one-time charge then?
The $48 is an annual expense for as long as it is necessary, which it may not always be necessary. Because development is actively occurring now, some features are still being iterated upon. I don't know if all of you if you saw the follow-up to the conversation with the council.
Probably not. We had a meeting tonight and I came in right before the meeting.
Yeah, so the follow-up with that was that a feature to implement a private request to hide the content if it may rise to the point where it causes potential legal liability to the town. It could be marked as private and could of course be obtained by a separate public records request, but isn't broadcasted. So that issue is resolved. And
how is it resolved? Who determines whether or not it needs to be private?
So that's a procedural matter within the purview of the town clerk's office.
So that means you determine that?
Correct.
But I'm sorry, but that wouldn't be up to your objective if it is perhaps disfiguring someone's character publicly, let's say.
Well, if a request came in.
At some point that a request comes in to make it private, it's already happened.
So I'll say at this point, that's a conversation with council about, the approach that's taken. If the select board wants to promulgate policy as to how that determination is made, that's within the purview of the select board. That's not a matter that's posted on your agenda for tonight.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I've been out and I haven't read the proposal or whatever is in front of you, but I'm struggling to understand why we need code management for this. So when I left, and maybe this is what you're referring to, but there was a table on the website with.
Yeah, so the core issue here, there was a digital file system on the town servers for storage of files. There's a spreadsheet, several spreadsheets related to the tracking of requests generally. There's email folders that had been used for storage of some files. And then we're miscellaneous.
Limited storage.
Right, but that's not, if I may continue. The point is, all of these are systems that are manually maintained separately, that are not in sync, and it's not always clear. If you go to the website right now, the town official townsendma.gov public records page, that is not current. The spreadsheet is also not current compared to that. The emails are also not current compared to that. And the file structure is also not current compared to any of those. So maintaining all four of those systems manually separately was a bottleneck when dealing with tens per day, tens per week, hundreds in a month. So
in a day.
Yeah, thereabout. And so this is all in sync. It has the ability to generate a report so it can be accurate for the departments who are viewing it. And the point is to solve this workflow issue that is, again, a procedural matter within the purview of the town clerk.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I 100% concur with all the back end stuff, and everything you're dealing with and the hundreds of requests and however best it needs to be done within the town's clerk office. I think and you probably know I'm going to say this because we've talked about it before,
Sure.
where I come in is the public publication of all this. And just
Sure.
because it's unusual in Massachusetts for towns to publish all of the public records requests on their website. And I worry because of the sometimes, and I just want this to be on the record, salacious natures of the public records request, that we open ourselves, as we know, up to legal liability by publishing these things and decide. So I guess the question is like, I completely appreciate that you need to consolidate. And if $40 of code helps you consolidate everything, wonderful. And if it makes your life easier, I guess the question I have is just that last step of it all being.
If the select board wishes to issue policy that's saying they're all private by default, that's fine. The reason that they were published starting around May when I took over is because we were getting public records requests for public records requests. And to do that circular while we also have hundreds of other new ones coming in becomes challenging. That's also why the tracking numbers were implemented, so we can be clear about, okay, are we talking about request 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 4? And so there were a number of changes implemented then. If the select board wishes to make that their policy that none of them are publicly available, that's fine. The ability to do the searching, that if you go to the requests page of this new portal, that still is maintained internally. Those features that improve the ability and the efficiency within the clerk's office are still available, and they don't have to be visible to the public. That's a policy determination of the select board.
And because I really do appreciate the effort to consolidate for your workflow and it's overwhelming to that office.
Well, and I'll say it's overwhelming
appreciate-
to everyone as well.
And
And to have one sole accurate information.
And I appreciate
is
the
the
ability of a department to be able to go in there and say, this is what I have. I love that. Where I come in was just, and that's why I got legal counsel.
Yeah, the public part, and the
Because
other
you
thing
understand where I'm
though,
coming from.
he did say, probably no though, as far as legal liability, and I think the
But
select
he's
board
saying
should
he's
weigh.
not, he said, I'm
That's
not
The
unconcerned.
quotation I received.
It was the not
It's the
unconcerned.
not
agree.
unconcerned.
So what
So,
the point I'm trying to make, if I may finish my statement,
Oh, yeah.
is that the select board should weigh what qualifies as what should be private, because there is value in having some displayed publicly. There are many repeat requests that come in, perhaps the BVA year to date. That is a very, very standard thing that may be requested multiple times. If we can eliminate duplicate requests that come in, that is the value that comes from that, because instead of having to pay CBIZ to respond to the same request 15 times.
But you
we can
don't need to
have
do
a-
that. You already have the record. You can
Well,
just
if it's
send the
year to date,
record.
one day after, that year to date is different than, so they may be similar in nature. That was
Even
a
right now,
hypothetical example.
There are two for the letter that the fire chief sent at the beginning of
Right, and that can be
October, two
resolved.
exact same
Right.
requests for the same thing.
Right, and so I'm
From the
just
same
saying the select board,
No, not the same person, two different people made the same request. And so it doesn't exactly work that way. I can see the need for doing it. I would like it to be held up as private until we determine
Yeah,
how it should be. I think it should be private until there are policies in place that we've worked on. This is not something that I even anticipated before I signed the warrant last week. So I had
yeah,
no
that's something
idea
that could
on
be considered.
anything. And so that's what I would like to see happen. But I do like the table that you sent out that said, these are the requests, and I
Yeah.
can see where that is useful to department heads.
And it
It
could
could
be
be
generated
yeah.
at a
Useful.
whim.
I thought
right.
it was useful
That
for
I
the
think is
select board
useful.
perspective,
But
100%.
to have it out in the ether,
I understand.
I mean, there are some of them that I think,
Mhm.
if I were a
understand.
litigious person, I would be picking up some of those.
Mhm.
So, anyway.
so how do we, I'm really baffled by this between yesterday and today. This
I'm happy
list
to address, so the,
of over 100 requests.
Mhm.
And with the statement, this is a reminder that these are pending, 23, this is a reminder that these are pending, 84.
Mhm.
These
are the
I
ones
hate
that
to
are
be
still
naive.
outstanding from June.
From June,
Yeah,
Yeah.
many of them, some are brand new and were within the due date schedule, some have, there was an initial email that was sent out, we received about 35, if I recall correctly, in the last week. So 35 of the 134 on that
in the
report,
last week?
in the last week.
And some of them are duplicate.
A
The
couple
same
are duplicate.
question to different departments.
I don't recall all of the details of those intimately. I can get you that information, after this meeting if you'd like, but
When this
there are
says
many requests.
Okay, when this says town administrator and select board, there's 84 for our board?
So what
I don't
Yeah,
remember
well,
seeing 84.
Oh, yeah, there
Well,
were 142 that came
so-
in one day.
Those aren't all new.
So if I may, not all of them are for the select board members themselves. Not raffle, but like, let's say it's a class 3 auto license. None of these requests are for that, but a hypothetical. That is a select board office record that would not be in your individual custody, but it's the custody of this office physically right here.
So this is,
And so, many, in fact, are related to procurement records. The chief procurement officer is required by master general law to generally have these records. So
I'm not aware of those
well, yeah,
procurement records request.
bids
Those are
and
RFPs.
contracts, those are records that are required by law to be managed by the chief procurement officer. The charter requires the town administrator is the chief procurement officer.
Where are we going to show the cost of staff time for all of these?
I
Because
mean,
we
we
have
don't
to
have
have
an
a separate,
aggregate of
well,
that.
we have to have a separate line item for addressing this, because
Sure.
for all the money we spend, staff time addressing this takes away from all the actual
Yeah.
projects, issues we're supposed to take care of for the tax dollars that the residents are paying.
Yeah, so this is an unfunded mandate from the state. We're required to comply with the public records law. The state doesn't provide anything other than its unrestricted general government aid. That's a broader policy and funding conversation for the legislature, and perhaps.
Oh, I'm sure, but
the
people
division of
ask
local
what we
mandate.
do and
Yeah.
that we're not transparent. Who has time?
Well, that's not something I have an answer to. This public
To
records
this
law,
amount, Kathy?
Yes.
To this amount, hundreds?
2015, 2016,
Yeah, the
yes, we
recall.
even requested from the state.
Would they give us money?
No, no, to put an end to this, because it was the same people over and over and over asking for the same information, and they said, sorry, this is your job.
it's a
At
law.
least you probably knew who the people were,
That's-
which is a difference
Yeah.
also. I mean, we don't know for
You
the
have a lot
most
of
part.
fake emails
No.
coming
Mhm.
through.
Well, it's anonymous, probably.
They're anonymous.
They're anonymous.
But
Who's
Um,
Titanic? Townsend.
I don't know, but Nelson and I have, had lengthy conversations with the supervisor of records office, and
Doesn't matter.
they have given us tools to use in responding to requests. But the moral of the story was, as long as it's asking for kind of legitimate government records, it's a lawful
Kind of
request.
legitimate.
Well, could the town plausibly have a contract for such and such? Could it? If it's asking for legitimate governmental records, that was what the state told us, and whether it's paraphrased or those exact words.
Well,
That's
we need a
what,
line item to show at town meetings how much is spent for this.
I mean, I don't have the data from other departments, I could ask generally for roughly how long. I know I personally spend 60% of my time, so 60% of the salary line item can be extrapolated to public records time, and that's
At this
just within the
point.
clerk's office, yes.
At this point,
But it's
yeah.
not necessarily residents that are asking for this information either. So
And they
it's
aren't
not
required
gonna
to be by law. And that's, we compare, and part of the conversation was around the open meeting law process. You're required to use a particular form, you're required to put your name on it and sign your name. That is unfortunately not even close to the requirement for the public records law. It is far wider open. And the state has given us some tools to use, and we've used those, including time petitions, and extensions, but, those tools are, at a certain point limited.
I think at this point, it might be, this is for a department head meeting, to go over the public records policy and to make sure that department heads realize that they need to look at things and estimate the amount of
keep a
time it's
record.
gonna take them and charge the requester.
Well,
I think
we
that
have
if
very-
we regularly charge the requesters, I
Mhm.
think that it would be a different story. There are some things that you can find easily, they're right at your fingertips.
So,
And then there are other things that you don't even know how to search for,
Well, you
Right.
don't
to
have
find, and it takes you
Well,
hours
right.
to figure out
well, we don't
how to
have to
search
start,
for things.
if it's not clear, and here's one of the other recent tools that we have. If it is broad and sweeping is the legal term that comes from case law. If it is broad and sweeping, we can deny access on the basis that it doesn't meet the legal requirements to be a public records request.
So I think
That
we
is
need to start
that is a
doing that.
new tool. The other aspect is the things that we can charge a fee for are extraordinarily narrow. The requirements under the CMR for what we can charge a fee for are really so narrowly construed, and on appeal, the supervisor of records, there's extensive case law as to what is and what cannot be included. And there are a lot of things that you might generally think could be included, but like, something as simple as, well, okay, and I've got these emails here, I'll print them out and give them to the requester. If the requester says provide them electronically, and they are electronically natively, and they're printed out, we can't charge for those printouts. So and that's a recent situation that we did encounter, $150 worth of printing. That was unable to be billed because the requester asked for them to be provided electronically.
And can't we say we are not able to provide it that way?
Well, it's still
No,
takes time to
and
gather
that's also,
electronically.
well, but we can't charge time for gathering.
We can't charge it. It
I thought you
takes
could.
forever to go.
Research.
Yeah, I thought you could.
Research
Yeah.
generally,
If somebody
It-
asks
it's
me for
very-
100 job descriptions electronically,
it's
That
very
takes
narrow. There are
time.
certain things that are required for that. I don't have the citations in front of me, but I'd be happy to share that with you and the board.
I
The
think
thing
we
in
need to
particular,
start
though,
charging.
as far as that particular request that relates to that, I would say that involves litigation that was the subject of your earlier executive session. So I don't know that you would want to continue as far as.
You brought
think-
that up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I understand it, and that's why I'm stopping it there.
I do appreciate the effort, and like I said, I really, anything to make that more efficient, and I think we just need to have a further conversation about,
Yeah.
and this is nothing to do with your responsibilities or even this
Your
project.
policy as to what's public or
It's
not,
more than anything, just
fair enough.
looking at the town from a legal perspective,
That's within the purview of the select board.
because we just don't wanna get, if we put information out there that it's you know, an employee, a townsperson, anything that was considered defamatory, we don't want that.
No.
So that was just
understand.
my one concern. It was nothing to do with the project
I
itself,
understand.
actually.
Thank you.
So-
Was there another question? I'm sorry.
I don't think we should be picking and choosing which ones are private. They just should all be private, because then you have an issue of why was that one not disclosed and mine's publicized, you know? I think they just all need to be private. Also, I have to put my HR hat on for a second. This portal is something that you found somewhere or you're developing yourself?
It was entirely created in-house.
So that would be intellectual property of the town?
The town, sure.
Yeah, okay, so make sure we understand that.
I really think it should all be private until we understand what's going on here.
I agree with that.
I don't wanna. I mean, I don't even know what most of these are. I can't say that they came to my email for me to look at them or even answer them.
It's probably true that most of them in fact did not, because many did not involve you personally, and
Okay.
there were a large number that did, and those we've had prior discussions about, but
Am I
many
up
of
to
them.
date or am I in violation here somewhere?
Well, I
Cause
wouldn't
I
say
have
that,
no idea
I
from what
wouldn't-
you sent.
I wouldn't say that you're in violation. I think there were a couple outstanding that we can talk about. I know many, you know, had to do with general select board and town administrator records. I haven't been sending those to all three of you personally, as
Okay,
they relate to records within the custody of your full-time staff.
okay, got it.
Which we
I appreciate that answer, but I really would like it to be private until we can actually have a full-blown conversation about the way to go. But and I agree with Val, I think it's a great system for you and to keep track of, but it does not have to be on a public site.
I understand that can
It's
be,
embarrassing, actually. And I don't even know who this is, but this is embarrassing, I think, for the town.
I think
And
the
we're
public
10
value
years
in
later
many
now,
of the
okay, from
But we
15 and
used to put
16.
them on the website, all the public records requests.
I think it was up through 2018, and that it was
And then
the,
it stopped.
yeah, but I'm not sure about the details of
It
it.
would be
Well, why?
occasional.
Is it
Some would be,
Atlantic?
some wouldn't.
It's
There
not,
is no
no, it was
policy.
to put it out there so that people wanted the same information.
And we have
It is,
a large swath of the town that is concerned about transparency. You know, while certain requests, again, may not have value in being disseminated in that way, and then may be a legal liability to the town, there are, generally speaking, may be a value in that transparency of even, you know, perhaps it's just the request content that's the part that
Okay.
may not be shown, and simply the request, the list of these people put in requests could be part of it. So
But
there's-
there is a difference now in that we've been through COVID. And ever since COVID, we've had all the meetings online and they're gonna stay online. So that people, if they're really interested this is what I didn't understand about not being transparent, because everything has been on YouTube for all of our meetings, and I've been in enough of them to know that if people were really interested in a certain topic, it was there for them to see.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to, you know, the individual residents with that. I know, you know, I am personally inclined to find in favor of what is more transparent for those in town. And by default, making everything private is in and of itself not
so
transparent.
the one thing I would say, just in contra to that, because I have looked into this, is most towns do not put them online. They have a request process and they're supplied to the people, no doubt. But I mean, and we can submit Adam's opinion as evidence. It's unusual that all the requests are then published on the town website. I mean, I found like one or two other
about 20
examples.
towns. I could
Yeah.
send you that list. But
I'd be curious to see in what their,
that is the habit of several towns,
Yeah.
if not many.
yeah.
And the other
it's-
thing is that.
I'm not trying to argue against
No,
transparency. you know,
I
that-
understand,
that's-
but
it's
inherently
legal
by
liability more
making
than anything.
everything private is in of itself not transparent. So that's why, again, I would ask the board to consider weighing what are the criteria for what is private versus everything. Because there could be a reasonable criteria implemented that could then be used from a select board policy to make certain, a category of requests private as opposed to simply everything.
Do you want to make that suggestion so that we
Sure.
can review that?
Yeah, I could submit that for your next meeting.
The point is not to be non-transparent, okay?
I understand
The
and
point
agree.
is not to have any legal ramifications
I agree.
of what could be put out there. So let me ask you, you did it till 2/18. Why did you stop?
The public records request slowed down a lot at that point. So, and there was a change in my office of staff at that time, so it fell by the wayside, basically.
It would seem to me that if they got slower and you didn't have as many, that it would be easier to put them up versus when you had a gazillion of them.
Right, but with the change.
You didn't have a portal, you had to be doing it a different way.
We actually uploaded them and put them on. And with
Right.
the change in staff, it made a difference.
Okay.
And the other
But
thing,
public records are they're public records,
Of
remember
course,
that.
of course,
Yeah,
yeah.
But
Of
so-
course
And
they are.
anybody who wants
And
them
anybody
can
who
come
wants
in
them
and
can
get
get
them. Why do you have to have them published?
so the other
To
thing
save
I'll,
time in the office.
the other thing I'll add is I routinely get calls asking for the public records to go back the way they were in 2017 and 2018. I've received numerous calls in the months since I've taken office.
People must have
from our
nothing else to
constituents.
do. Then, would they sit
I-
home and do this?
I can't speak to that, but I can tell you that my constituents and your constituents are routinely asking for this. So with that in mind, the particular matter before the board today, as it relates to this portal, whether the information is public or private, the request before you is the use of the subdomain rao.townsendma.gov. The point right now, the URL is tow-prr.web.app. It doesn't exactly scream official government website. So the point would be to have, basically, it would look official from the URL. The content of it doesn't need to be public for it to have the official look. And for other, whether it be other staff, if the report feature is opened up internally for departments to access on their own, that is something that if they're navigating to a website, it makes sense for it to be .gov as opposed to .web.app. I see a hand raised, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who controls the search engine optimization? That's my.
Right now, it's set so search engines aren't reading that website, so it's not being indexed.
I mean,
So how's the
I'm fine.
information really out there, or is the portal only for the town?
You can search within the portal, and you would have to know to go to the portal, but it's not being indexed, so the intent, and the search engines don't have to listen to this. But I know many search engines, I believe Google primarily does listen to this. The instruction given to them electronically is do not index this website. So if I type in so-and-so into Google, the first result shouldn't be a public records request.
But it will be there eventually on the
Yeah.
list. I mean,
Well,
like, if I type in Cali, how come I pull up the
But
request
that's
about my
because
job will come up?
that's because the request, the revised website is being indexed. Once it's off of there, it's off of there, off of the revised website. And the intent is they will all be gone within the next few days as this portal is finalized within the clerk's office. So none of that will be indexed anymore. If someone clicks that link, it will go to nowhere.
Well, I to say that in the interim, till we get it all fixed out, I would encourage that they be taken down temporarily, just merely for the fact that, as you said, it is way out of date, so there
Well,
are requests
I
there
think
that there are no.
I think we should
like,
get back to the topic at hand.
if an appeal was rejected, that is not listed, so.
So the thing I'll say, that entire public records page on the town clerk's part of the website is going to be deleted and replaced. The intent was to be replaced with the link to this portal. And the other thing, the requests don't have to be visible for a requester to submit their request through the portal.
Yeah,
And the intent is to then reduce the number of emails. There are many requesters who, we do know who they are and we can ask, would you use the portal to put it in as opposed to email to streamline and make more efficient?
And
So-
I completely support you doing whatever
Yes,
it takes to
right.
get that done.
So
Not a question.
the rio.townsendma.gov also makes it look legitimate for that public purpose, for public trying to access this. The search engine optimization part, the search engines are being instructed, do not read this website. The other thing about the web system that I'm using to make this website, unless I enable particular settings, it is not search engine friendly. I have not enabled those settings and don't intend to. The purpose of the website is for those in Townsend or particularly involved with matters with the town of Townsend can go and access this. Should they go to the clerk's page and see that this is where the public records requests live, and they could go and access it that way. So it's not for search engines and really international, reading of this website.
So what happens if you aren't here anymore? How is that website maintained? Who handles it?
Mhm.
Who else knows about it? Who else are you training here at town to be able to use it?
So certainly the assistant town clerk is being trained on utilization of it. I think the intent, once it's opened up to departmental staff to have access, particular access and user accounts that the public doesn't have the same permissions as them. Training to, the staff who would routinely be involved with public records requests, likely department heads and their admin assistants, to be knowledgeable of this system. As far as maintenance goes, while it's currently being custom coded, it's using a web framework created by Google that's commercially available for free for people. It's used professionally, from multi-trillion-dollar corporations to little websites like this. So it's maintainable from a sense that the knowledge is out there on how to maintain it.
As long as someone has that knowledge or
I'm
is
sure Guardian
willing
likely-
to go and get it.
Yeah.
It's why looking at the Civic Plus, and I saw that it was, there was a charge for that.
Mhm.
But then it's like the difference between volunteers using Excel and using, software
Mhm.
for budgeting. It's that difference.
Yeah.
And so I have a concern there on that. Anyway, what I think right now is hold up until we get some policies in place.
I would support putting the access to it. I have no problem with that from the standpoint of someone can go in
You
there
mean
and.
entering a
Yes,
request?
100%.
Entering the request, yes, because that would definitely make that.
But
easier.
not
using it.
accessing.
So the action that can occur today, they can all be marked as private in one fell swoop. The action that I would ask this board to consider tonight is to I will authorize Nelson to coordinate with Guardian to authorize the use of that subdomain. The request will be marked as private at this point, and from there, the select board can issue regulation on how to classify the request from there.
I'm a no. I want
For
to wait.
not for the URL.
Yeah, not for the URL.
So that would just allow, though, for someone to enter it. It wouldn't allow them to access it. It would just
They would
allow.
all go private.
They would all go private, and I would ask this board to vote yes.
I want to talk to Guardian.
Way into the.
I
mean,
want to talk to
Nelson has
Guardian.
communicated with Guardian.
Has he?
I've been waiting for a response from them. I communicated with them, Harrison's initial request to create a subdomain. But I told Guardian to talk to Harrison, but also explore what, is there a cost to it? Is there, a security issue? Just, from their point of view, if there's anything that we might not be aware of that that they
Those are
can
the
bring up to us.
questions. And you have not heard back
I have
from them?
not. And I pinged
Okay,
them,
so we wait
I pinged them this morning, so I'm hoping for a response in the
until
next
we
couple
have
days.
answers to that. And I think in the future, just for information, I at least would like to know when there's something like this even being considered and not find out about it at the very end. Yeah, I would.
So there is, just so I can ask and make this clearer, because we didn't know anything about this, and you're saying this is something that was looked into after June. There is an email in this packet That's from John Tate.
Yeah, so that's the second
August
cost
4th?
proposal. So Nelson and I
Yeah.
evaluated the next request software. This particular solution, the portal that has been made today, I believe it was mid-month, I want to say, October 10th or so, that it was actually being put together. So this is not something that has been, this particular solution has not been developed over months or, weeks and weeks. This is brand new, the point at which you were notified is when it was ready for use. The features were finished. That's the point at which you were notified.
Okay, so I think that's what Veronica is,
I would
Yeah,
have
and
liked to have known
you know,
about the need.
I think we all would have.
So, I
honestly.
mean, I know this board has discussed the need for something related to public records requests
Oh, yeah.
several times.
Oh,
And the
yes.
other-
We have.
And the other thing is, public records requests are within the purview of the town clerk's office. I've taken it upon myself to fulfill those responsibilities.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's denying that at all.
No,
And
It's
I
just
will,
concerning.
if anybody's curious, I mean, I would reference Adam's
Yeah.
response. You
right.
want me to read any of it or?
No,
No, okay. But it's basically the opening up to liabilities. That's the only concern I have. It's nothing, like, I would be fine even with the portal being accessible for entry. Whenever we get information
I
from
want
Guardian.
Well,
that
it's
information
accessible
from
for entry
Guardian
now,
to
whether
know
it's
it
on,
is,
whether
but
it's on this official looking domain or an unofficial looking domain. The only thing that the request that's before you has to do with is related to the appearance of the domain and whether it looks official on, just from the URL, or it looks unofficial from the URL. And if the board wishes to consider policy at a future meeting, that's an additional agenda item.
I mean, I'll entertain a motion for
An
discussion.
internal portal that is just accessed internally, for us to use it, but not published.
I disagree, and like, as has already been agreed to, the requests will all be marked as private. The public being able to enter requests is one of the core gains of this feature. And the other thing, as I mentioned, they can do that right this moment. They can go into that system and enter requests. The difference being the appearance of a professional look. The other thing, and this Guardian will affirm to this when they provide the response to Nelson, that there's no security implication inherent in the uses of a subdomain. Technically speaking, that's not how that works. Assuming the town is in control of it, which it is, then that's absolved.
I will entertain a motion subject to Guardian's, advice and it remaining private until there's policy in place.
I make a motion. Do you want to give me the exact?
I need your name.
Yeah.
And the request content is the part remaining private, right?
Quickly.
Very quickly, I just want to say, as a requester of public records, I have actually gone in and seen that someone else has asked the same question I wanted to ask. And so I didn't send it in.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Just so you know, yeah, exactly.
So I make a motion that the select board authorize the use of the subdomain rao.townsendma.gov for the public records request portal pending, how would you like me to say it?
Approval from Guardian as to the security
Yeah.
of.
Pending approval
use
from
of the
Guardian
subdomain.
Technologies as the security of the use of the domain.
And
Did you say
contingent
remain private?
in setting the request content to remain
Yeah,
private.
and setting request content to remain private. Let me do that again. I request that the select board vote to authorize the use of the
You're
sub.
moving or requesting?
Sorry, I move. I, Valerie
Goodrich.
Goodrich, for all the meeting bots out there. I, Valerie Goodrich, request that the select board vote to authorize the use of the subdomain rao.townsend.ma.gov for the public records request portal, subject to.
Sorry, I have a different friendly amendment as well. TownsendMA.gov as opposed to .ma.gov.
So we want to say that subject to Guardian
Approving as to
approving
security.
as to security
Yeah.
and and all content being marked as private.
Yeah, the request content being marked as private.
As well as the response content.
Look, yeah, it would be,
Well, the documents wouldn't show, that's part of
it
the.
wouldn't be part, you wouldn't be able to access it. You couldn't access it. I move that the select board vote to authorize the use of the subdomain rao.townsendma.gov for the public records request portal, subject to approval to. Talked about too many times.
To review and approval as to security.
By Guardian
By Guardian.
Technologies and with all requests marked as private until further discussion.
Request details or all, the distinction I'm making, whether it's a distinction with a difference, is the fact that there's a request, so there's a tracking number, a request was put in by so-and-so on this date. My ask, by marking request content, the details of the request and the response documents, that would be private. The fact that a request was put in would be public.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
I'm not getting a second.
There's a hand raised.
Not for me.
Can we make it searchable for, like, when Mary Jane mentioned, and I think so did Kathy, about people going there and finding something they were going to request. But the problem with that is, how far do they even look back, right? You go on Facebook to look
Think
for
it's an
something, you're not
all-in.
gonna scroll,
Well,
look, you just ask again.
Like if there's so
You know
much
what I mean?
activity this
So-
week, they're probably all doing the same thing.
Yeah,
Well,
so, but can you
possibly.
search, can you make a search?
Well, the problem with that, if the request isn't public, is it public for the purpose of searching? Or is it private? And so
Like, if we're
that's
using it internally though.
internally, we would have full search, and the search, and I'd be happy to walk through it at some point. The advanced search, you can filter by every section of the request, with the request date, with the request due date. You can filter by departments, whether it's any of the departments or all of the departments. You can, by the requestor, you can search by all of it, is the point. So that advanced search capability is available, assuming the request is visible to the person. So if it's not visible to the public, but you're signed in and you're assigned a department staff role, and you have access to that, then it would show up for that department staff user. And the intent is to make that widely available to staff in the near future.
I would like to see this on the next agenda. I would like to see the response from Guardian. I would like the opportunity to ask questions to Guardian that I may have. And by approving it, subject to Guardian saying, okay, I lose that opportunity. And therefore, I am not seconding the motion. You're welcome to. But I'm not in favor at this point. That does not mean I think it's a horrible thing or anything like that. I want more time.
Harrison, do you think we could have a more complete answer to the questions for our next meeting?
That depends on Guardian, and at this point, I mean, I spoke to them, I think it was October 17th or so, and they said that they were gonna be calling Nelson the following Monday.
Which was yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm
Why
sorry,
don't you follow up with them tomorrow?
no, it was way earlier than that.
Follow up
Because I
with
mean,
them.
I would
It
like
was
to
a
get
weekend
it,
this
I
morning.
would like to, I mean, I
This
can
morning.
retract my motion
Well,
if we can have a
upsetting
clean
too.
thing without all these ifs, ands, buts next time.
Next time,
Because then
that's
it
what I would
makes
like.
it clearer for you.
We'll put it
I
on
mean,
November 5th.
that, I will not be able to attend that night.
Well, no, of course not,
so
but if it's all prepared
Yeah,
and you get
right.
a chance to look at it
We could be
beforehand
done.
and
But we'll
any-
address it then.
anything
Hopefully
in
we'll
writing
have
that you would like
everything
me to
we
read,
need.
I'm happy to read at that
Okay.
meeting, or talk to you beforehand,
Okay.
whatever is
Thank
your
you.
preference.
I mean, the process is good and I think we agree with a smoother system for you. It's just a couple of things that are bothersome and everything is for a reason that you found it. I think we're all bothered a little bit by it, but also feel like
Well,
you
this
attempted to
request
do a
was
good
already
thing.
coming, in prior discussions with Nelson, so this was already a separate happening, prior to.
Absolutely.
I was still.
Well, we were not made aware of it.
Well, I was working.
It was still early
on
in
it.
discussion.
I was still working on it
And now
I
it's
still
done.
haven't-
But it's
And we're
already
asked
done.
to approve it and it's already,
I didn't-
it's,
Yeah, I can't speak to Guardian's response time.
well, I'm talking about us at this
Well, there
table.
should have been an answer at this point, is what I mean.
Thank you. And-
Well, we're gonna wait until Guardian gives us, their opinion, can, at the very least, we can vote to make the content private.
We've agreed that it would be private.
Well, it was, as a part of that motion, I'm more inclined to send the draft policy and follow that draft policy until further guidance.
What draft policy?
The
send it
draft
to
policy that would
who?
be generated and sent to this board to consider.
Okay,
You're writing the
But that's-
policy or we're writing the
I asked
policy?
him to give his
at your
opinion
chairs.
on it and we'll discuss it. He has knowledge of the thing and will know what to say. If something doesn't look right to us, we can address what we don't agree with.
Okay.
I don't wanna have to rewrite another policy when he's the department head.
And
He knows what he's doing, I don't know what he's doing.
fair enough. And it also, it saves the legal expense of
Yes.
having to write it. At $200.
And if we still have an issue, we can always ask for legal review.
November 5th,
I'm trying
I'm
to,
saying.
And it remains private
Private.
until then.
it remains private until at least the
It,
5th.
it does not go.
No,
to-
that's not what I had just said. I said that what I would do is follow the draft policy.
And your policy would allow for it to be public?
No, there would be, according to the draft policy, certain ones would be marked as private, and that policy hasn't yet been developed. That's not within the purview of the board until there's an existing policy. Well, no, that was a condition as a part of the motion. The motion hasn't been seconded even.
That doesn't mean it can go live.
It has.
He has it live. He's done it anyway. Without our permission.
So that was a mutual agreement as a condition of that motion.
So you're saying you're gonna put it out there live regardless?
It already is.
Is that,
No, I will.
no,
I
it's
will
not
make
live.
The clerk's office has already undertaken the task of reviewing which ones should be marked as private. Now that functionality exists. So we will continue, and that draft policy will be submitted to the select board for review.
How long has this been live?
Maybe 3 days, not long.
So, and during
It's
that-
not what you see when you go onto the website and go to public records. It is not what you see. What you sent to us is not what's there.
Correct, and that old information was.
Yeah, and so I
subject to
don't
approval.
want that information out on our website.
I see, that was not
Until-
I understand, that is fine. And the old information will be removed, but no new information will be added, because right now it's out of date as it is. As it was mentioned, there are some appeals without the responses to the appeals.
Right, there were some things that were
There are things that are missing,
responded
so
to that I
that
said.
information, the out-of-date information will be removed without this new link being added. We
Okay.
were not on the
Yeah,
same page.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Apples and oranges.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
How
fine.
do you make sure that everything is up to date on the new one? I mean, it's still
Because
garbage in, garbage out.
Well, no,
You update the
there's only
spreadsheet.
one place. There's no spreadsheet and file folder and
And I
web
can only
page to
imagine how
update.
many-
This is the place.
How complicated it was.
Okay.
It was
But-
not doable.
Yeah, of course
So
not.
right now, where we stand here, they will be public, just on a different page. I
No.
understand.
No,
It's
there's
not a
some,
public page.
the
I think we all know
particular
what's
ones
going-
of concern are going to be marked as private
But who
imminently.
determines that? You determine that.
I do,
And that's in the, until otherwise.
until there's
Yeah,
policy issued,
absolutely. That's-
until there's binding policy issued,
Yeah.
then
That
it's
makes
within the
sense.
clerk's
That's-
office's
that's
purview.
fine.
It's operational procedure.
Yep.
And after policy,
Okay.
then the operational procedure would follow the policy, but right now, there's no policy on the matter.
But the
Makes sense.
public cannot get to it.
Yes, they can, that's
The
what I'm trying
the
to
public
say. I
can get
want
And
there,
make a
not
request.
from townsendma.gov. They can
Only
access,
if they know your link.
only if they know the link.
And so are you publishing the link somewhere?
Not everywhere. We have had many requests where the number of response documents exceeds what Outlook allows to be attached directly.
They have been sent the link to download the
Oh, that's
response
crazy.
documents directly from that location because Outlook physically couldn't handle the size of documents. It has not been widely disseminated beyond the video of this meeting.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you can't touch things by email.
What's your pleasure?
October 5th, November 5th, right?
Yes, November 5th, but I make a motion that everything that's available there be private until the select board develops policy.
State your name.
Veronica Cal.
Seconded.
State your name.
Valerie Goodrich seconded.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I'll note that a motion to direct the town clerk's office to take certain actions is non-binding.
Of course.
You can-
Absent Mass General Law.
Okay, you can state that. And
State it
so-
for the record and the board may vote as it pleases.
And we're just gonna let you know how we feel.
Fair enough.
You ready to vote?
Veronica Cal, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, no.
I don't like either one of you.
If I may make a comment prior to your vote, I will take the board's concerns in due consideration and apply the private marking liberally to ones that may be of concern. Regardless of the outcome of the vote, that is the intent moving forward.
Okay. I'm gonna vote no, and I'm gonna trust you
And
to
I'll
do
be,
the right thing.
and if there are particular ones of concern to anyone in this room, whether, and those listening at home, please bring them to our attention. Maybe we all have different viewpoints. If something is subjectively construed in a particular way and it wasn't initially caught, please bring it to our attention and that will be considered. Thank you.
I'm gonna visit you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Around 1:30. Are you here?
I'll double check with you on the timing of that and confirm via email. Are you available any earlier by chance?
Maybe noon?
That would work
Half of
better.
one.
Okay.
So, because
Mhm.
I'd like you to explain to me a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Please. And you can walk me through a few
Yeah, I will pull up
scenarios.
on the computer screen and we can go
Okay.
through examples. Yeah,
Okay,
and I'm happy to do that for either of you as well, if it
Okay.
is
You
so
did read
desired.
it today, which
Yes.
was helpful.
So if you so desire.
and we will intend to, view a policy on the 5th.
Yeah, that'll be made available for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, that was 4:15. So what we have left is,
So if Harrison gets hit by a bus tomorrow,
I'll speak to John,
about
Jack.
to Jack and make
Yeah.
sure he knows how to do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to have guys.
Is he the bus driver?
We should have Guardian probably have a little bit of control over it. if they can.
Well, hopefully you'll get them tomorrow.
Yep.
Yep.
4.6 is the, final omnibus budget here with the union, non-union. And so we have that one, and we have
Facebook. That's it.
417,
Yep.
the Facebook page.
Correct.
So quickly, I asked for this to come on here, and I'm just gonna ask you to look at because we don't have one, and I don't know how to get one.
I
But
thought we did have, that it had been set up.
It had been. I had, so,
We have a name.
so
so where is it?
it's on Facebook. Let me.
Okay, then you take the lead.
When I first started, I was wondering if the town had a Facebook page, so I went and looked, searched for it. I looked at one and it looked really official. I was like, huh. But I asked Sabrina, she didn't know anything about it. But then, recently I asked, Harrison, and it turns out it is the official page. No one has touched it in years.
Eric had Harrison set it up. Harrison was our webmaster at the time.
But,
Oh, great.
but when you look at the page, I'll find it and I'll send it to whoever is
Okay.
interested. There's no content on it. There's, I think the picture is like the common gazebo. It says, Town of Townsend. But there's no content. There's no
We never
informa-
put anything
there's
on
no
it.
information to indicate that, it's an official page. So it is out there, but I think what we
Who's
are,
the admin?
I think it's still is with-
Harrison?
with Harrison.
And
So-
we need to write policy as to what goes on.
Okay, let's do that.
Right, and that's one of the policies town council is reviewing, because without it, we
Is that
can't,
part of the media policy?
I think it's the social media policy.
Social media policy, okay.
So once we have that up and running, I think we can,
I mean, Pepperell has one, Ashby has one. They all have stuff they put on it. It's more like,
it's for
the fire
information.
department has, informational
Our
only.
fire and our police have them.
Yeah,
For
and
themselves.
they're informational
And our
only.
library,
Correct.
and our, and the senior center.
And,
We don't have
and that's how I envision ours. It's not a place to have discussions or,
Right.
Just another place to get put
it's pure-
information
yeah,
out there.
purely to put information
And
out
that's
there.
why I
for-
put it on here.
Yeah, so once we have a social media policy in place, I think we can, have an official or an active.
Okay, all right, very good. I can wait for that. 4.6, review, discuss final fiscal year omnibus budget reductions, union and non-union. Nelson.
Okay. So, for the residents out there, when the override didn't pass back in, late July, the town had to, cut roughly $250,000 in salaries, wages, and benefits to come to a balanced budget. And since most of our employees are in the union, we have to bring them to the bargaining table to propose cuts and for them to either accept it or come back with a counter proposal. I'm happy to report that, earlier in the month, we did wrap up all the union negotiations. And the reductions that were made on the union side were, the highway department would not fill a operator position. And in the land use office, we would not be hiring someone to replace the previous land use coordinator. So in a nutshell, that's kind of.
Which is not what we wanted to do. We would not have done that on our own.
Well,
The
nonetheless,
union suggested it.
nonetheless, that's what we kind of all agreed to. So in tonight's meeting, we're gonna go over sort of, top to bottom, kind of the broad strokes of the changes that we've made to the omnibus budget to come up with the roughly $250,000 in cuts, as well as for you guys to just make it official, signing those MOUs, for the highway department as well as for the land use coordinator. So maybe you guys can consider each MOU separately and then vote on it, and then I can sort of go over the changes that were made in the omnibus budget.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Karen.
In a way, so I'm confused. So this is in addition to the rolling back the increases?
For the non-union folks, and that's part of my,
Union negotiations, what about?
The union
rollback
didn't get
of the-
any.
The union
decreases.
negotiations are done,
They're done.
so that's part of
Now
this
we have
conversation.
their
Yeah.
issue.
Nelson's gonna
Yes.
go over everything.
That's why I said, don't say it's reduced because they're non-union. but those roles would individually then decrease anyways.
There were many, the non-union employees were very gracious and did not take their increases. That did not happen with the unions.
And, you know, like I said, I will go over
Yeah, let
the
Nelson do
summary.
it.
But in the meantime, why don't we vote on the two MOUs for the unions, and then we can work on the rest.
Can you screen share them?
The
I
MOU?
have them here.
I have them. Do you want to read them? Should they be read into the record? And then we can vote to sign them?
No, I think
No?
I mean, you could if you want to, but it's all legalese stuff.
I can summarize the memorandum of agreement between Town of Townsend and, this would be the ASME, and this is the supervisors union. The union and town have bargained and agreed to the following in lieu of layoffs. Number one, parties agree that the vacant position of land use coordinator will not be filled for the 2026 fiscal year. The union expressly acknowledges and agrees that the town has satisfied its bargaining obligations after the failed 2.5. And that's pretty much all for the supervisors union. The rest is just legal terms.
Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the memorandum of agreement between the Town of Townsend and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Effective.
On the supervisors union?
For the supervisors union, effective upon signing.
Yeah. Is there a second?
No, to be signed out of session, or do you want to have it? You have
I
it?
have
Nope.
it right in
Okay,
front of
never
me.
mind.
All right. Veronica Cal second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
You want me to do the highway now? Listen,
Please.
Sorry, just gotta magnify it. I would make a motion that we accept the memorandum of agreement between the Town of Townsend and the American Federation of State, Council, and Municipal Employees for the Highway Water Department effective immediately. Go ahead, sorry, that's the motion.
Is there a second?
Oh, that was
Did you say
that was the
Valerie
motion? I
Goodrich?
thought you were gonna read the.
Want me to do it first? I'll do it first. So the memorandum of agreement between Townsend and this is the Highway Water Department. It essentially, due to budget shortfalls, bargained and agreed to the following in the layoffs. Parties agree that the vacant position of highway equipment operator labor will not be filled for the 2026 year. Town has fulfilled its bargaining obligations. And that's about it. So I would make a motion that we accept the memorandum of agreement. Valerie Goodrich, make a motion to accept the memorandum of agreement between Town of Townsend and the ASME Highway Water Department. Effective immediately.
Second.
There's a
Veronica
second.
Cal second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
Laura Schifrin, yes. Thank you very much. Nelson.
So now, you want me to share the
Please.
screen? Okay, let me ask for permission from. Share screen. Give me a second.
Today is the 21st.
Probably not using for anything else.
I don't think so. Thank you, Callie.
Thank you, Callie.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you for being here, Jim.
Thank you.
Gonna pass this up to the line.
Okay.
One second.
And one page. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see if I can make that bigger.
I think all of you should have in SharePoint.
There now.
Okay, all right, let's start at the very top. I'm first. Oh, I want to be first. If you recall, it was probably several meetings ago, I voluntarily decided not to take a pay raise for this year. I do want to say that the reason why you might see a slight bump in a lot of people's salaries versus the previous year was because we did not enact the pay freezes or rolling back until later in the fiscal year. So a lot of folks did receive their raises or steps or increases probably for the first 1 or 2 months out of the fiscal year. So that's why, you might see a discrepancy. For
Except
example,
the unions, they took them from day one and they have not stopped.
correct, 'cause there was no reductions for the active employees.
Mhm.
So for example, for me, my base rate in FY '25 was, my contract was 125,000, but, I didn't forego the pay raise until I think September 1st, because we were still negotiating. So that's why you see that number. That number there is what you,
This is 135.
That was what was approved before Nelson came in.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, you're
Yep,
right.
correct.
Okay,
But
sorry.
But in the
my
budget.
contract was
Yeah,
actually
no, no, you're right. I'm
125.
sorry.
So I decided to forego a pay raise, and I think it amounted to about $5,200. Next in line, Sabrina, she was part of that wave in a previous meeting where the non-union folks did not take a step or COLA. So she, for the non-union folks, and she's part of that group of folks. Let me see here.
Just like those in the library never took it, right?
Correct.
From day one, they
Correct.
never took it. Thank you, library.
Let me see here. For accounting, I decreased it by a little bit because I think we might see some savings, even though there might be some overlap between our current town accountant, CBiz, and who we will ultimately hire for the full-blown in-person town accountant. I think there's gonna be some potential savings there because we're probably gonna not necessarily start them at the top end of the pay scale. So I think there's some additional savings there that we might be able to take advantage of. Where else? Down in the treasurer's office, the treasurer has volunteered to not take $1,000 stipend that was not only per their contract, but also something that was voted on at town meeting. So I appreciate the treasurer collector for going with $1,000 stipend. What's next?
Again, non-union.
Right, MIS salary technician, that was part of the non-union folks. This was a stipend this was a stipend, so they did not get their step in COLA.
Can you do this? Would you give the number you're on, the line number that you're on when you?
Sure, I can do, yeah, we're on number 106 right now.
Okay.
So yeah, that individual didn't get a step or COLA. Again, keep in mind, they probably got it for July and August, but once September rolled around,
Yeah.
a lot of folks,
$21.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see what's next. What's wrong with my computer? Oh, oh. Let me see. On line 121, the assistant town clerk, did not see any reductions, but I had to reduce that line because when we were developing the budget, we had the assistant town clerk at a higher step. But when the current assistant town clerk got hired, they started out at a step 1, so there was some savings there. So I, put those savings into the budget to, in order for us to balance things. Let's see what's next. So now we're on line 210. This is the housing and grant administrator, a non-union position. So it was part of the no step, no COLA that the select board had agreed to.
That was Karen, right?
Correct. Yep. So.
210, yeah.
Yep. And then upping facilities. So that concludes the general government functional segment in terms of the cuts that we made.
The facilities cuts had already happened.
Correct. Yep. Correct. Now we're into public safety, the police department. Let me see what the grand total was. Yeah, there was some savings there as well. Let me just pull up my my numbers here. Sorry, 1 second. My computer is slow as molasses. Sorry, my computer is acting up at the worst time.
And we can see it here if you want to explain.
Police doesn't look right to me.
Just give me just bear with me 1 second. I will. I'm getting there. Okay.
Are we just taking a recess for a second while I figure? Oh, there she is.
Your call.
Okay.
We're-
Question over here, Dory.
Are you waiting for me?
No, my computer was really slow, so I'm just
Oh.
trying to get back into the swing of things.
Oh.
Just,
So I didn't miss anything?
no, excuse me, just bear with me 1 second while I get this, going. In the room. Um, So, on the police side, the reductions was roughly $61,000. Originally, it was a little bit more than that. I think it was like 63 to 65, but we found some additional savings in the building department, which I will get to in a second, because it's further down
Uh-huh.
on the list.
What number are you at?
I'm around 257.
Okay.
So, the police chief, we decided that, we would not hire a new officer slash cadet, for this fiscal year.
Is that the 13,229? So it's 262,
Uh,
261?
well, it's a combination of 259, and a couple others. I think the uniform allowance as well as,
Overtime, holiday, training.
yeah. So it was a, a bunch of, miscellaneous items that totaled the 61,000 in cuts. Let me, try to bring up the screen again. Okay, there we go. So that was about 61,000 in police cuts. It didn't affect anybody because they're not filling a vacancy, from a cadet in the academy. And then when you go down to a fire, and we'll start with line 294. As the police chief alluded to, the fire chief this evening, he made some cuts to the assistant fire chief position, as well as line, which line? Line 298.
Which is,
Paramedics?
Paramedics.
I'm doing that of two
That's
ninety-eight.
not a good thing.
Okay, it's just that, okay, got it, I'm sorry. My bad.
So it was roughly 70. Wait, sorry. Wait, yeah. So it was roughly $74,000 in cuts, from the police side.
You're on fire.
I'm sorry, fire, yeah. And then, line 355, the TEMA director, that's basically, they call it a salary, but it's really a stipend. It's a non-union position. That was part of the rollbacks that the select board agreed to recently. And then you go down to line 392, the stipend for the alternate building inspector. The building commissioner made a decision to basically no longer make use of the alternate building inspector unless it was an absolute emergency. This individual was, came in on a regular basis, and certainly did do inspections, but with the budget issues, the building commissioner believes that, he can handle everything within his schedule. And if for whatever reason he was out, he would then call upon, the alternate building inspector as a, as needed basis. So there was some reductions there. Where else? Line 465, the animal control officer. That is a non-union position, stipend essentially, part of the non-union rollbacks that the select board had discussed. Line 475, the tree warden, a stipend. Again, that's a non-union position that the select board agreed to roll back.
What are we gonna do about the rabies?
That's
inspector thing?
That's the animal control inspector.
Do we have the money for that? I thought that was
No,
state
we don't.
mandated.
We have $1,200 set aside for the animal
But she won't
inspector.
do it for that.
Correct, the current animal
So we won't
control.
have one.
Correct. We did actually receive a resume recently, like maybe a few days ago. Someone's actually lives in town and is interested in the inspector position. So I haven't had time to review the job application and resume yet, but if they are interested and if they have the skill set, I think it's certainly worth exploring, but I haven't had a chance to dive into it yet. If they're willing to do it for $1,200, then, I think that's
What's it posted at?
$1,200.
Well, they knew that.
Correct. I haven't had a chance to review their credentials yet. I don't know if they're,
Maybe somebody new who loves animals or something and wants.
well, I think you need to have the experience or credentials or skill set to be able to do it. Yeah, so we're on 475, the tree warden, stipend position. And then highway, which starts at 513, line 513, the select board earlier just voted to not fill the operator position. So that would be captured in line 514, operational staff. Let's see. Okay.
So all the union personnel that are staying, they all got the 2+2.
all the current union.
Union.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Now we're down to cemetery and parks. What was this, what I had discussed with the cemetery and park superintendent, who then brought it up with, the cemetery and parks, board, was to, transfer some of the expenses out of the operating budget and into their various trust funds and cemetery revolving funds to be able to, pay for some of those expenses. And that amounted to approximately $8,100, which you will see reflected in line 588.
Okay.
And that was voted.
All of them are non-union?
That makeup is happening by the park, but so there is more, it's just happening from a different source.
Excuse me?
Can you explain that one more time?
So that line item, some of the salaries, will be, as you can see, it's been reduced. They haven't cut anyone, but what will happen is, some of those expenses will be absorbed by, some of their trust funds, because the cemetery has various trust funds they can, make use of, as well as revolving funds. And that's roughly about $8,100. And with that situation, that will actually preserve their, FY26 rate.
So, but cemetery and parks doesn't have any union employees.
Yes,
No,
they
they
do.
do. So the superintendent is actually in the union, and I think technically this.
Oh, union, I see that you there.
And I think the operating foreman, even though it says non-union, I think that's actually a typo.
He's in the union now. Previously, he had been non-union, but he's in the union now.
He's in the highway union.
Nobody's updated the spreadsheet.
Yeah, so I'll need to
Yeah.
change that. But yeah, there are folks in the union in the cemetery and parks department. Let's see. Line 612, that's the housing authority, that's Karen, non-union, so he's gonna, not see a COLA or step for 26.
Mine, it says you there, just FYI.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a you there,
All right,
yeah.
I'll need to change that. Yep. Let's see. Council on Aging, so that's line 666, a very auspicious number. It was decided that a non-union part-time staff member would not only be rolled back to FY25, but also have their hours reduced a little bit. So I think they were currently working 15 hours a week. I think they're now down to 9 hours to assist with the budget.
So that's really a non-union person instead of the union person?
Yeah, that line has everyone mixed together, actually. So
Oh.
mostly it is union folks, but there's a part-time non-union staff member within that line as well. That's, yeah. It's all lumped in
Probably
there.
should be separated out, don't you think?
No, usually when it's just operational staff, it's all lumped in there. Let's see. Line
How
683,
many other places does that take place?
excuse me,
How many other places does that take place? Where you have a line item that's union and non-union?
let me think.
Nowhere else.
Um, That might be the only department that does that.
Maybe something to think about for next
I would
budget.
ask them to separate it.
Well, the problem is they're all operational staff. There's that,
Yeah.
those numbers next to it, those weird string of numbers, that's a prescribed number. So if you were to break it out, then you would somehow need extra charge codes, which,
Really? So these are all got the same number here. You would just add another operational staff. You're not gonna probably get your community outreach person again. And put non-union next to it.
what I can probably do is next go around, we break it out, but it all feeds up to like one line.
Okay.
Cause like I said, accounting wise, you
This
can't,
is,
start creating extra charge codes, like that. I can certainly explore, if that's possible, but
Well, isn't the director and the operating staff, aren't those the same numbers, or are they different? Oh,
No,
I
they're
see the
different.
ones here.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
One number different.
5100 and
Yeah, I see.
5110. That's what
Yeah.
differentiates between, those two.
oh, you can't just do another line and just put another 5110
It would change.
for non-union?
I don't know.
I mean, on the BVA, it would just say 5110 operational staff, so you can't distinguish between the mostly union folks and.
I don't see why. Because the union person has got whatever they do with the union, and the non-union person has nothing to do with the union.
Yeah, but this bucket is just for operational. This bucket is just for operational staff,
Okay.
Did we talk about line 683 veterans agent? That's a non-union stipended position, so they also were part of the rollback. Starting on line 698, library. I think we discussed this quite a bit. All the unions, the library staff decided to not take a pay raise for FY 26. So as you can see, both FY 25 and 26 are the same exact number.
Thank you.
Thank you, library.
Let me see. And I think the last and final one is band concerts under culture and recreation. We decided to unfortunately take some additional money from band concerts. I don't know necessarily what it's going to mean for band concerts next June. I have certainly spoken to Betty May about it. Given when I told her about it, it was early October. I'm hoping that gives her enough time to maybe either do some fundraising or maybe figure out if Memorial Day is, under budget, she can use the savings to, pay for some concerts in June. But I think we took out roughly another $2,300 from band concerts, in addition, to what was taken out before the override. So in a nutshell, that gets us to a balanced budget. Once, I can now have this posted onto the town's website, so, it's part
You
of
put the
the.
corrections on? before
Yeah,
you
yeah,
post it?
I'll make those, slight changes, and then, I can get it posted onto the website, so people are aware what the changes are. And, work with the town accountant to populate the rest of the budget, so that now we can actually have a BEVA that's fully populated with all the line items. So I plan to do that in the next couple of days. I already have some time scheduled with the town accountant to get that squared away. So, yeah, that gets us, that gets us
It'll look real then.
to the budget that we all agreed upon at town meeting, and it equates to a 0.5% increase from last year, which is, it's incredible, the cuts we've made to get to only a 0.5% increase when, certain budgets were, 10-15%, insurance being the big one, and, certainly the North Middlesex, amount was pretty, pretty substantial as well.
Any questions from the board? Okay, let's go into our work session. 5.1 town administrator updates and reports.
So the TCAM contract, I did talk to Bill Solomon, who was on earlier. He did agree to represent the town in the TCAM contract negotiations. There's really not a lot with this contract renewal, but nonetheless, we do need a lawyer on our side to represent us and to review the contract. And I believe Veronica mentioned he represented us in the 2020 TCAM renewal cycle.
Yeah, okay.
So he agreed to do it, so I'm happy to have Bill on board to represent us. But as you heard earlier, he
What's
doesn't.
that gonna cost us, do you know?
I don't know. I'll need to talk to him. He's probably has the same rate as what he charges now for the Comcast contract, but I don't think it's gonna be as extensive of
Right,
a amount of work that he's.
probably just changing dates,
Yeah, and changing a few things here and there.
because nothing much has changed since 5 years ago.
Right. The only caveat is, this contract cannot be executed until the Comcast one has been
Right,
executed.
right.
And you heard Bill, it's probably gonna be late this year before the Comcast is completed.
I tried to push for earlier,
Right. I was actually surprised.
reiterating the date it expired.
I was actually surprised when he said, late November into like December. I thought we were really close to the finish line. But, from what he tells me, Comcast is not gonna suddenly just, stop service, and TCAM is certainly not gonna, stop supporting, us as well.
Understand that, but it's still not a contract. All right,
Well, it's gonna be, we're gonna be out of contract pretty soon, but, I don't think anyone is looking to, stop service for us. The Tri-Town update, I think I mentioned earlier that, we had a meeting,
now
with,
you're gonna add 2 towns,
yep,
so it's not tri-town. It's gonna be, no, you met with 5 versus 3. 3 was the first meeting, 5 was your second, now you're gonna have another one with 7.
correct.
Regional.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot, but that could be really hard to coordinate.
I'm sure it will be, but they have to explore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and what we talked about at the meeting on Monday between the 5 communities was, we probably think it's gonna start off smaller, similar to how the PREC model got set up. When the first PREC collaboration happened, it was only Ashby and Pepperell.
what's PREC?
Yeah, what's PRAC?
That's the Patriot Regional Dispatch.
That's because we were already in the
In-
other one and we couldn't get out of it until another year.
Correct, well,
With
that
the
is
bar-
true,
And so it's
but,
not because,
well, but Groton and Dunstable came on after Townsend signed on, and it was probably because
right, they had
they
the same issue that we did.
Okay.
As far as getting out of things.
Okay, well, so,
You have to give a certain amount of, like a year of, there's a whole
Notice.
way to
Yeah.
get out of it,
Yeah.
so.
but, even, the Patriot model, I hear that, other communities are interested in joining, now that they've seen that it can work with 5 towns, and, they feel like they have the capacity and bandwidth to add on another community, so I think, fire and EMS might be, could follow a similar model, you start small, maybe 3, 4 communities, get that going for a couple of years, neighboring towns see it works, and then they want to jump on, So I think out of the 7 that might be initially at the table, you may have a few drop off. Some communities that I won't name names, have suggested they might be sitting on the sidelines for the first go around because they don't have the money to contribute to, regionalization at the moment. I think as their finances improve, they might have enough money to come to the table with some resources.
I think the trick there too is to, just in a previous conversation, to realize how short it is on leadership and those types of things right now, so the potential for having combined leadership might be very critical in the future.
I think it's a good thing, I just think that
Might be complicated.
for so many towns.
Yeah.
That are so, getting to Littleton from here is a long way. If you're an emergency service.
I don't think it's necessarily, at least from what I understand with Franklin, it's not necessarily that everybody does that. It's more just leadership and administration versus like actual fire trucks and
Oh,
ambulances.
okay, yeah.
So it's much more, those like insurance billing and all that stuff that
Mhm.
takes such overhead in fire EMS right now, from what I understand, at least what it was explained to me. That stuff you can get towns to come together for efficiencies, the billing and all that, those aspects of things.
So, it's certainly a good time to really explore, because Pepperell doesn't currently have a fire chief. They have like a deputy chief who's stepped up and is willing to be the interim for the time being. Ashby's fire chief is retiring next January, February. And, I can't speak for the fire chief, but, his contract is up in, the end of June 2027. And, we're talking about his successor, even at the meeting earlier. So, this might be a good time to, explore some
Oh, I think
possibilities.
it's a good time, I definitely think it's a good time.
And I think, and Groton had a motion, an override that failed regarding their fire EMS because of these pressures, just this past spring.
Yeah, I think they were looking to add
what pressures?
several,
Just the financial pressures on fire EMS.
yeah,
Primarily, I think it was alluded to as the staffing, can demand a price, so.
yeah. I
Right,
think-
justifiably, if people aren't going into it.
I think the Groton override was, they explicitly asked for an additional 4 firefighters, and the town voted it down.
Good for them. What good is it gonna do them? Who's gonna come?
So.
They're on 24/7. they have to have people that are on 24/7.
Right.
And if you're not gonna go into something like that, I mean, the people who are in it love it. They're not in it for the money. You can't be. You put your life on the line every time you go out.
Right.
So there's a cost to everything.
Yep. So those are really the appreciable updates I have for the board
Okay,
this time.
it's going to, liaison reports. Val, do you have anything
I don't
under
have anything this
General
time, go
government?
around.
Veronica, under
Well,
public safety?
There was a $32,000 communications grant that the police received. It
Oh,
was
great.
on their Facebook page, so
Oh.
you can see it announced there if you want, for, you know, radios and things like that, upgrading software and equipment. Let me see. I attended the MMA select board meeting on the 10th of October. And it was on the summit. I just emailed you guys, if you want to look at it was fiscal management.
Okay, I
Fine.
couldn't go, but yeah.
It was pretty good. I mean, it's not just Townsend that has issues with the way schools are funded.
Of course not.
So anyway, and there was a part on public engagement that was good. How do you get your overrides passed? Not that I am voting for any override this year, because I am not. You know, we either do it without, you know, I am not in favor of an override for next year.
Yeah. We'll
So
be eliminating some of the positions.
that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't want to pay for it. The only way I would do it is if it is for a specific purpose. So, and then I would consider, I guess I should never say never, but anyway.
Mhm.
So, the other thing is I had reported on the encroachment at Squanicook Meadows that it had been cleared, and it was, but we have new encroachment. There's a huge stone that was placed there without permission. Yeah, so anyway, it's encroachment. You don't just go around and put stones on properties without,
It being
approval.
yours,
Pardon me?
you can put it on your own property.
Oh, absolutely, you know, but, anyway. So you can see it if you drive over there and look at the soccer field. So, you know, we might want to think about how to handle that, because, you know. And that is probably it. I don't think I have anything else.
Okay.
So,
Let's see, under me, you know, assessors mentioned I haven't done much with them, actually.
Well, I did have one thing. No, I talked about last time how we met with FinCom. That was the only thing, and we talked about it already, so you're good, never mind. Okay, yeah.
is that about the forms? Yeah.
The forms in the budget process, which I think hopefully we all get on the same page and it'll help with clarity.
Yeah, that would be good.
My quote says,
I've done Historic District Commission, and they, are not agreeing with the warrant article that was there, because they feel they already have oversight.
Do they? I don't know.
They have oversight to, they are supposed to work hand in hand, okay? And most communities do work hand in hand with the building inspector, and there is nobody at the state that's gonna come down to them.
Right.
But, and I guess they would work with, I guess they would go on the way they've always gone on if issues were brought to them first. So the issue comes in when it hasn't been brought to the Historic Commission and they haven't blessed the issue, by saying that it is like kind, or if it's not like kind, with like kind, they have no issues. If the permit is for a like kind item, like kind roof, like kind window,
Door.
so, and then it goes, then that certificate of appropriateness goes to the building inspector, and then the building inspector can give a permit. So not sure how long they're gonna do this or go on with it. They are going to, I mean, I've been telling them since last fall, you can implement a fine schedule, a violation. They're entitled to do that under the historic commission, to issue fines for violations, and they really have known that because the building inspector has issued notices of violation to other owners in town for signs, either inappropriate or too many signs, because you're only allowed two, kind of thing. And they're repeat offenders. So come up with a fee schedule, and vote it in, implement it, and you advertise it. We've been talking about a postcard since my first meeting. That hasn't worked yet, as far as getting information out to people about what they do, what to expect, making sure that you send it to everyone in the historic district, letting them know that they're in the historic district, because sometimes people buy a house and they don't know. Anyway, so they're active. I missed the MPO meeting. Cable Advisory hasn't met for what happened tonight, and Town Properties, I understand, has a full committee now. I don't know if they've all been sworn in, but we haven't had a meeting yet. That I'd like to see happen so that we can recommend, have another auction, as soon as we can, to raise funds, hopefully early next year. I told you about the water department last night, the meeting, and I thought that went well. Todd handled it very well. And that's all that I have right now. I'm gonna ask you to do the announcements. There's two here, if you would recite them. The vacancy positions.
Open?
Yeah,
Okay.
I promised department heads that their vacancies would be.
So these are, actually, it's a little cut off, and I think mine might be a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a problem. Yes. So, we have the current board and committee vacancies. We have Agricultural Commission, Board of Water Commissioners, Central Planning, Commission on Disability, Conservation Commission, Energy Committee, Historic District, Housing Authority Representative, Kids Country Playground, someone has been appointed but has not been sworn in, so if that's you, come get sworn in. Meeting Hall Gallery Committee, again, someone was appointed but has not been sworn in, come get sworn in. We need members of Recycling Committee, Town Properties Committee has one vacancy. Is that correct? I thought you said that was filled.
Town Properties is now filled.
Okay.
To my knowledge, it was all filled.
West Townsend Reading Room Committee, Planning Board of Appeals vacancy for a full member. Zoning Board of Appeals vacancy for a full member, Zoning Board of Appeals vacancy for another full member?
Yes, there's two full and one associate.
And so then there's one associate.
Yeah.
A reminder, you can do the senior tax work opportunities.
And
there's
there's
emergency management volunteer, election worker, and project event opportunities. Those are all available. You can look on the website.
Would you like to read the letter from the fire chief?
And so in correspondence, we have a letter dated October 13th from Chief Shepherd.
Okay.
To the Honorable Select Board, on October 10th, 2025 at 4:10 p.m., a 911 call was received and dispatched for possible building fire at 277 Main Street. Further updates provided as the crews were assembled and en route provided information that there was an occupant within the building. First arriving company was 30 engine 1, 2 minutes and 9 seconds after dispatch. Situational update stated smoke showing across the front of the building. All doors were locked and penetration was made. The initial attack encountered obstacles which forced a regroup and attack was made through a garage door with deteriorating conditions. There was no visibility from ceiling to floor and heat was increasing. Initial attack comprised of Captain Ronald Pertucci, C4, and Christopher Reagan, A5, and Drew Broussard, P15, pump operator. Second due was Townsend's ladder 30L1. The ladder company assigned initiated a primary search of the building with firefighter Sam Berguglio, Sam, F23 in the lead position and backing him up in the second position, Deputy Chief Brett King, C2. Third position, Lieutenant Rich Carlson, 07. The crew initiated and conducted a successful primary search in accordance with the department protocols and SOP. Firefighter Berguglio, F23 in the lead with a TIC camera, reached the second room and identified a body on the floor. He notified his other 2 partners and a successful grab of the building occupant was executed. As they exited the building, moved the victim to a safe area outside the potential collapse zone. While other protocols elevated the rescue effort and instinctive training had personnel shifting positions to provide the highest level of care possible on the fireground. Retired firefighter Lieutenant Greg Shepard, Company 3, and firefighter Dwayne Creighton, Company 1, noticed as spectators the sensitivity and nature of what was being performed, retrieved a salvage cover and built a visible barrier to provide dignity to the victim as aggressive life-saving tactics were performed. At 4:25, it was recorded that CPR was in progress, less than 14 minutes after the initial call. Crews had penetrated a locked building, performed a successful rescue, and full fire suppression tactics were employed. Firefighter paramedic Thomas Hall, P1, heard the call and returned to work and arrived to assist firefighter paramedic Drew Broussard, P15, at the ALS level. The patient was loaded into Brookline, New Hampshire's mutual aid ambulance and sent to the landing zone, where a life flight helicopter was waiting behind Spalding School. The patient was transferred and flown to UMass Worcester. As of this narrative, the victim is in Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston burn unit, and the fire successfully controlled to protect life and property, as is our mission. All these individuals deserve commendation along with our mutual aid partners for effectively contributing to this incident. Sincerely, Gary Shepherd, Chief Fire Department.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I do agree that they all deserve commendation. I'm not sure how we do that, if we do that in any other way, but I will tell you I was in the area or approaching it when all this was happening. I was coming from Lunenburg, and for the time that I was in my office, I had the scanners going, and I heard it wasn't just the fire department, it was the highway department, it was the police department, and it was the water department. They were all involved because of that, for their own specific duties. You know, police directing traffic, the water department because of the water main, something was going on there. And highway, I saw highway there, but I think highway was more like, sometimes they help with moving things, you know? So, I mean, it took all the departments. Or it would have burned to the ground. The whole thing would have burned to the ground. Okay, so next we have our next meeting. I'm actually going to do the next 2, November 5th, 2025 and November 19th, 2025. I will tell you 6 p.m. now for both of them, but that doesn't mean that the time isn't going to change before we do the posting, because that happens regularly. And I will entertain a motion for 5.5.
I've agreed to make a motion to review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session.
Second from Kelly.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kellogg.
Kelly Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you all very much for attending this evening.